go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you're listening to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you, monitoring the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Douglas Elvin Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons, and you've had a chance to visit that, Martin. He lets us stay there. And it's so fun for us to get a chance to go up there, and it's right next to Billy Joel's place.
Apparently, the Burkett Foundation says I'm still in my probationary period.
Ooh.
And I complained about it during onboarding, and they said, them's the rules. So.
Jackson, that's the rule, that Martin has to be here for at least 4 years before he can use your family's estate at the Hamptons?
That's exactly right, Tim.
4 years.
You just got to make sure. It's a vetting process.
The family vets you.
Yeah, just to make sure. It's not anything too intrusive. Sometimes
Jackson's doing other things. I can tell he's giving you kind of a thought.
His ad-libbing is strong.
Suspect at this point. Tim, I like to repeat stories, and the listeners like to point out that I've repeated stories. So
Kwame Voyukas, Steven Time. I can't recall who your nemesis, and then I know kind of who Jackson's Mount Rushmore of his. We'll do our Mount Rushmore of the listeners who hate us today here on the Stiefel dossier. It's Mount Rushmore.
Well, I looked at the text line at 6:59, and it just said, "Good morning, Tim."
Sexy Fred sent that in.
Sexy Fred.
And so, Jackson, you go screw yourself. Martin, get out. Okay, fine.
Good morning, Tim. Sexy Fred.
Don Lemon was a friend of the old show I did on KTRS.
I always found that to be Don. Yes, but he worked at Fox 2?
He worked at Fox 2 for about a year or two when I first started, so I knew him a little bit. Didn't keep in touch, and he popped up on CNN. And I was doing a news show.
And what's he doing now? I apologize, but just an update.
I think nothing, but maybe
doing a Twitter show.
Well, some social media attempts to be relevant or get traffic. But I mean, I think he made a ton of money at CNN in the last 10 years. But at the time I was at KTRS, they said, "Hey, who do you want to have on regularly?" And I was like, I don't know, like Rich Gould, and do you know Charlie Marlowe? And they're like, well, what about news people?
Butch Patrick.
I recommended Butch Patrick. And I said, well, Don Lemon is a weekend CNN anchor. And they're like, well, we don't know who that is. And I said, well, he's at CNN. I mean, he's interviewing politics. I said, would that help? Because they wanted me to have a base of news people. And that wasn't my thing.
Right.
Not my fault. Bad hire by them. So I got Don.
Enjoy that.
Don started coming on regularly, and then he became a little more prominent, and then he was interviewing Trump during the election of 2016, and he'd say, I got to go. We're going to Don's office in Manhattan. So it was kind of cool. We had a peek behind the curtain there. Definitely on the liberal side, which offended half the audience. They would text in, hate these segments.
I'm going to take the over on the half.
And then the other half would text in, love these segments. But one time he was talking about his place in the Hamptons, or out on Long Island.
Don Lemon has a place in the Hamptons?
Yeah, and
God.
He was somewhere out, name a town up there, Jackie?
Jackson, name one of the many towns you visited.
Near Nassau County.
Because Jackson actually calls it summering, and I always find that to be a little snooty.
Right, well, East Hampton.
What are you, one of the Roys?
East Hampton is a area. Montauk. That's a little different.
Montauk. Okay, so he's talking about Montauk and his place, and he said, you should come out sometime.
Don Lemon invited you to his place in the Hamptons, but Jackson won't let you use his family's.
And I said,
the difference. Sag Harbor. That's
Sag Harbor. There you go. And I said, it sounds like you're looking it up as opposed to actual summering knowledge.
That's Don Lemon's. That's where his home in
so there's
the Hamptons is.
Actual knowledge. And he said on there, you ever want to come out? And I said, I would love to have the place, but I don't really want you there. That's what I said. And he goes, well, that's not nice or something. And I hung up, and, we were laughing about it. My mom called and said, why would you do that? You had a chance to go to Sag Harbor and hang out. And I said, yeah, but I would kind of like to just use the place. I don't really want to hang out. And she goes, well, now it'll never happen. And
I respect that call, too. She was probably right.
It never happened.
So is it going to just be you and Don for a weekend?
Well, no. And see, this could get down a slippery slope here. But no, I think he was just saying, like, bring your wife and family. Just hang out.
Okay, all right. I'm just asking questions. I have responsibility to the audience. That's why Sexy Fred said good morning to me and not you.
Yes, he was just kind of saying, like, bring the family and hang out. It was not really a drilled down conversation. But once I said I would like to go, but I don't really need you there, it kind of went sideways.
I got to tell you, I don't blame you for that, although I don't know the dynamic of your relationship with Don Lemon.
I would say it's interesting because when we worked here, I didn't know him that well. And I said, I'm doing this show. You want to come on?
What years was he there?
I would say 98, 99.
Oh, okay. So this predates my Camo V stint. All right. I thought it was relatively
and Tim we like to go behind the curtain on local news. He was told by the news anchor, you're not really... the news director said you're not really anchor material. So then he went on to anchor in Chicago, New York, Philadelphia. it's CNN, so that one sort of backfired.
This is another moment where I'm talking to the parents whose kids are pursuing communications or journalism school and telling you to stop and have an intervention. Martin, carry on.
They told him he wasn't really anchor material. I was like, oh, that's kind of surprising.
And now he has a home in the Hamptons.
Yes, Chicago, New York. Anyway, so I asked him to come on the show. And we had a lot of Randy Naud and I would host, and we would just kind of jack around. And he's like, oh, I got to go. My personal assistant's here. And people would get annoyed by that. And he would.
Was he doing it mockingly? Like when Jackson talks about flying into Teterboro?
He was poking the crowd a little bit. But a lot of it was behind the scenes. Hey, I got to go to L.A. next week. I'm interviewing Oprah. I mean, it was fun. And we did it for a few years. Frank Opinion, not a fan. Yeah, I don't understand. What are you having this guy on for?
No, why didn't Frank Opinion like that he was on the program?
I think politically they weren't aligned, I'm going to say. So, but I said, who cares? It's fun. I mean, I have 15 hours a week. It's 15 minutes of the 15 hours. Yeah. I said, yeah, that's fine. But if I were you, now I'm not, okay. And clearly, you do what you want to do, okay? And I'm like, well, thanks. Same with you. So anyway,
That's your experience in the Hamptons
that I never
where
went
Doug
to.
is, and Jackson's family has had a place. I feel like it goes back to 1964.
It's about right.
64?
Yeah. What would that be? The LBJ era?
Yeah, and that's when you really flourished.
That was yeah, absolutely.
How is LBJ not a drop on this show? There's so many funny outtakes when he's getting pants made and all of that.
I've always said that he would have made a great member of TMA.
And there's still talk about that.
The Mount Rushmore.
Doug is actively pursuing retirement. And so who will be the next host? LBJ is in the mix.
The ghost of LBJ.
Yeah.
Martin, I told Jackson before the program started, and I mean a mere moments before the program started, because I walked in here at 6:59 and you walked in here at 6:59:40. Another peek behind the scenes. And I said, hey, could you put the YouTube chat up? I need to find out what we're doing wrong today. And John Scores has let us know. Should have gotten Cam on today. Martin, Cam Jansen on the Blues trip. He was in Winnipeg, and then Vitale joined him in Edmonton. We're still a little confused by that, but we'll ask Vitale about it, I believe. But when I was texting with Vitale about coming on the program, he said the reason why he couldn't do the show had nothing to do with being on the road with the Blues. And so
he had family stuff.
Yes. So I don't know. Yes, that's exactly right. And he has a potpourri of children. So there you go. There's more behind the scenes.
Cam's always welcome. Joey's always welcome. I feel
Chuckles Marlowe, we asked.
Charles and I have been in talks. He said he's so damn busy with the YouTube channel.
You have very little tolerance for that.
Well, I never knew him to be a NASCAR insider in our 14 years of working together.
You didn't know his passion.
But he has become, he says with a straight face, dude, it's so interesting. I'm like, Charlie. He's like, no, dude, you have no idea. Did you see what Denny Hamlin said the other day? I'm like, I did not.
I think his love of NASCAR from when we talked about it is not necessarily about what's actually going on the track, but the stuff behind the scenes. Yes.
Oh, and then some of the, I thought you were going to say the money that it creates.
Oh, no. God bless. And I tip my cap to Chuckles and building what he has built. I am a big fan. Even though I'm only like a couple years older than him, I'm like, good for you for doing your own thing. That's kind of the only way to really have staying power in this game. And Chuckles did it. I'm just like you, surprised that it was in the auto racing arena.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I was paying 10,000 to 1.
His most recent text said, "I'll be with you guys soon." So it felt like a mo. Be well, which is like goodbye.
Dave and
Releasing
Mo Fallon
a nude is a good way to get people talking about you again.
There he is. Dave and Mo Fallon is not happy with you now, Martin. And he says, we get it, Martin. You know a lot of famous people. So I guess maybe that's along the same lines of the Don Lemon criticism.
Or is it Charlie? Which one am I humble bragging?
That you know Chuckles Marlowe. Jackson, what do we have on this Stiefel dossier with Doug at your parents' place in the Hamptons, Charlie too busy, Cam somewhere in Canada, Joey Vitale tending to family business? What do we have on the Stiefel dossier on April 11th, 2025?
Well, we do have Joey Vitale joining us at 8:15 on the phone lines.
Can't wait.
Callier and Thompson phone lines, that is.
Pack a lunch. You never know what you're going to get.
Right. Absolutely, yeah. A lot of fun with Joey. Jay Delsing, you stopping by?
In the studio at 10 o'clock.
I was with him last night on TV. He said, I'll see you in the morning. Yeah. And here, Tim likes a little behind the curtains. he said to me before, he said, hey, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm coming on TMA with you guys. We're going to talk Masters. He said, do I need to know like who all the Maplewood Mud guy is? He said, isn't there a whole, he's heard the show enough. And he said, I don't know who all like Torpedo Tom is. And I said, don't worry about it. No, I said, I'm new there.
Yeah.
And I'm still learning.
The lore is unimportant.
Who wants to be Torpedo Tom in the Air Comfort Service text inbox? That's
but he was fascinated by the amount of, well, just the oddity of the show.
Yeah.
I said, don't worry about it.
I recall when we came over here, he texted me, and I guess maybe it was like a weekend. He goes, man, I never really knew about like what was going on with that show. Oh, yeah. I don't really understand it either. But alas, Martin, it's been a part of our mornings since we got together in July of 2004. And welcome, new friends of the program. And you can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. John Scores said, now Rich Gould would have been great. Martin, do you think Rich would have had an appetite for joining us for 4 hours today?
I texted him yesterday about his Masters viewing habits because he loves the Masters.
Yeah, that actually, outside of the fact that he, under no circumstances, would have come in here and done 4 hours, but I realize John Scores isn't aware of that. But there's just a little way it works. Also, I don't think I would if I weren't working here, be honest with you. Like, nobody really wants to do stuff for free, I mean, if you do, that's, you could look inward on that. But this particular Friday, there's no chance Rich Gould is not going to be watching the Masters.
He said yesterday, LOL, watching the Masters live right now. I'll watch parts of it each day. I used to play on Masters Friday, but can't now because of the wreck. You weren't here when he called in, but he had been in a car wreck in Florida. So he's not able to play golf today. He said, I will watch all day Sunday and grow sick of Jim Nantz. So I don't think Rich Gould would want to come in any day. Even if he was a paid employee, he'd probably be unlikely to show up.
I think he'd drop by for 15 minutes to talk about there's a snake down there. And then maybe,
the book.
That's correct. And then maybe wander into Courtney Landrum's studio on 106.5 The Arch, and then head on out. But sometimes he'd circle back and then make another appearance while in the building. But overall, Rich would not want to do 4 hours. And as you said, even if he were a paid employee, I'm pretty confident he wouldn't want to do 4 hours.
Well, I offered him a slot on the new TV show at night just to swing by and tell some stories. And he tweeted back and said, I'll be getting my heels scraped. So I guess that was a no.
My neck was hurting. So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
What a cause and effect.
That was a Hall of Fame call that day. And we were convinced he was at a massage parlor. The more he described it, there were private rooms.
Down Jupiter Way?
There was an Asian lady welcoming him in and asking what room he wanted, and we said, you were at a massage parlor. And then we did some research on the show, live on the air, and we figured out it was, in fact, a Korean restaurant that does karaoke. And now there's multiple ones out in Creve Coeur that we had no idea. Untapped market.
Yeah, I think they're kind of, if you're a fan of Paul Mano's, that's kind of the hotbed of that particular area. So that's Olive and 141-ish, I think would be the...
Is that Chesterfield, technically?
I think by definition, it's Chesterfield.
Doesn't feel like it because it's not
what does
Valley.
That mean right there? I caught something there. I caught a little thing there.
Well, when I'm thinking Chesterfield, I think Valley.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's not quite out there.
Right, but it is Chesterfield. It's a big municipality.
Yes.
Quite big.
Tim, the incels are not mad. They're just mentally unstable. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Guys, what about Free Perk? That's from the Birthday Hawk. Gluten-free Perk, who I am a fan of, who many in the audience are a fan of, in particular, CBC's own and Indianapolis Colts reporter Brian Henshin, has a conversion rate of return texts of about 5%. And that makes it difficult to have her on the presentation. Also, Gluten-Free Perk is not necessarily really dialed in on the world of sports. She's, I think, a sports gambler, which is interesting considering she's not really dialed in on the world of sports. But, hey, that's not an obstacle to participate. I don't know what this means. Okay, I pay to be a stakeholder, and I get shut out. Thanks, Tim. Maybe you shouldn't have skipped that journalism ethics class at Mizzou. Jackson, do I need to send you the cash? That's from Tiger Worson Woods. Martin, would you like to attempt to translate that?
Feels like maybe it wasn't meant for on air. Was there a transaction?
Not to my knowledge.
I have not sold equity in any entity in any recent times, so I don't have any stakes to sell to Tiger Warson Woods. Jackson, do you have a new business that you have sold some shares to Tiger Warson Woods?
No, but it would be a very funny enterprise to sell exclusively through the 101 ESPN text line.
Just drop off a little bit of cash for you. couple dollars. Now, those are all separate texts from Tiger Warson Woods. Did Doug ban him because he said I paid $5 yesterday? Does that mean I'm back on the show?
He might get suspended.
That's what I'm wondering. Suspended.
Guys, please just bring Lisa Ann back. Olive branches and white doves. That's from the Veiled Prophet. Now, for longtime TMA listeners, they are aware that Lisa Ann, perhaps the most well-known adult star in the last 15 years. I would say Jenna Jameson first 10 years, maybe first 5 years of the 2000s, and then Lisa Ann was a friend of the show and was more knowledgeable on fantasy football than anybody I talked to, and I'm not BSing you. And then she came to town for the Dotem, which we'll be announcing details on a week from Monday, and then traveled with the show, shared a bed with little Jackie Papers over here. Martin, that was January 2023. And then she got sideways with Iggy. They were both unhappy with each other.
Somebody got sideways with Iggy? What season was that? Because I'm going to go listen later.
This was, I believe, in the 2023 edition of TMA. So you got a little ways to go, because I know you're on 2008.
Yeah, no spoiler alerts.
Right.
The last shows I went through was you and Doug.
Right.
And somebody called in and they were mad at the show.
Right.
And then somebody else called in and got mad at the caller. And then they talked about fighting.
There was a Starbucks in Webster Groves, a hotbed. And so she'd be on the show regularly. When Jay Randolph Jr. passed away, she came in to help raise money. I mean, she was a true friend of the show. She got sideways with Iggy. But I was just texting with her quite a bit, like 3 weeks ago, as a matter of fact. And then part of me, honestly, this is more behind the scenes, was like, I wonder if I asked her if she wanted to come in for the Dotem, even though that had nothing to do with what we were texting about. But I felt like I think that season has passed, for lack of a better term. I just don't think that's. I don't think that's
like a period in time. She was a friend of the show, and now
I think it's kind of. And she was so kind to do it, and especially the Jay Randolph Jr. thing. So I just don't feel like that was. And we were texting about completely unrelated, and then if I go, hey, while I got you, can you do me a huge favor and come to St. Louis?
Right.
That would have been was it 2000, Jackson?
2000, the year 2000.
Barry Bonds was in town, and you may have seen this picture of me interviewing Barry Bonds, and I look like I'm the size of his leg. But I went up to him because it became clear to me, Martin, that, and I'm sure you knew this by the mid-1990s, but if you didn't, the Mark McGuire era probably clearly taught you that these guys really didn't want to talk to us.
Largely, yes.
And so when I started at KMOV in March of 2000, I'm like, oh, this will be cool. All these guys I've been cheering for, now I get a chance to talk to them. And then after about 10 minutes in the clubhouse, it became clear that that was not going to be reciprocated. And so then it became sport for me to go in there and find out how I would essentially be told to piss off that day. So when Bonds came to town, I'm like, oh my God, we've got the greatest of all time. I can't wait to tell my buddies. Probably would go to McGurk's after I would do the show. And I'll have a Barry Bonds telling me to go F myself story. So he's sitting in the leather chair in the Giants clubhouse.
Always a good time to approach a player when they're reclined in a leather chair.
Which was, I believe, famous in his contract that he got his own leather chair, because most clubhouses just would have couches, but he had his own leather chair, and that was a real thing. And I saw him. And I went up to him and I said, and I'm just like, I can't wait to see how he's going to tell me to go F myself. And I said, hey, Barry, do you have time to do an interview? He goes, you want to talk to me? And I go, yeah. And he goes, what do you want to talk to me about? And I go, I don't know, you're like good and stuff, kind of a Beavis and Butthead. And he goes, okay. He goes, I got BP in a few minutes. Come find me afterwards. And I go, hold on a second. What just happened here? I mean, I just, for the hell of it, put a puck on the net, mainly to be told to piss off.
You start turning around like, never mind, it's fine. Oh, wait, what?
And I go back to KMOV, which at the time I could walk to from Busch Stadium 2, and I said, hey, Barry Bonds is going to do an interview with me. Can I get a photographer? I didn't have a photographer because I thought there was no chance in hell. They sent a photographer over. He does sit down with me. He couldn't have been better. It was like a podcast.
I loosely remember this getting some play.
Yes.
Right?
He was great. And I just asked, essentially, it was not really baseball related so much as the criticism he has received throughout his career. And one of the things that I still recall standing out in that conversation, and this will circle back to Lisa Ann, don't you worry, was I said, there's all these kids leaning over the dugout as we're talking, asking for an autograph. And he goes, yeah, so what? And I go, well, if you were to walk over there for 5 minutes and sign maybe, I don't know, probably 30 baseballs, for the 30 people you'd sign for, they'd remember that the rest of their lives, but it'd be 5 minutes of your time. Really kind of at 23 years old, a ballsy question. And he goes, yeah, but that's not what we get paid to do. And I said, so is that your same mindset on doing interviews? He goes, yeah, I'm doing a favor for you right now. He goes, I'm paid to hit and catch and throw, not do this. And then I do these interviews, and then you guys then use what I say against me, and so that's why I don't like to do interviews. That's not my job. And I thought, I got to tell you, he's kind of making sense. Now, I asked some other guys who are not as high profile as Barry Bonds on the Cardinals about what he said, if they agreed with that. And they said, yeah, to an extent, but without talking to the media, then we're not talking to the fans, and the fans, when it's all said and done, are the reason why we make what we make. So they understand. And also Bonds, of course, was in the crosshairs more often than any other player for the way he conducted himself. But, certainly fans in San Francisco loved the guy. So the next year he comes back, and we kind of hit it off. And he sees me, and 2001 was the year he was in pursuit of McGwire's single-season record. And at I don't know, you might have been there. At the press conference at Busch Stadium, they did a press conference so he could tend to it because he had already hit some ridiculous amount of home runs by the time they got to St. Louis, the Giants. And so as opposed to having people go up to him and say, hey, do you have time? He just did like a press conference. I think there was a little room right across from the Cardinal clubhouse at the old ballpark. And he sees me before the press conference starts, and he smiles and waves. And I'm like, man, this guy still remembers me from probably because I was so freakishly young and tiny.
Hey, little fella, what's up?
That's exactly right. It's like if you saw Mickey Carroll, you would go, oh, Mickey Carroll.
And they're like, Barry, you know him, but yeah, he's got like something degenerative. He's not real big. Yeah.
I did an interview for him because I thought he was about to pass. And
might have been a Make-A-Wish thing.
That's exactly right. So I see him walking out toward BP, and of course, Steve Savard. You know him as Chevy Savard, is that?
Chevy Savard, midday, Chevy Savard, who was sideways with Doug for taking a month-long vacation.
That's correct.
Which I think really did upset Doug.
Because Doug was like, I remember what it was like. We could never get time off, much less, I think, 2 or 3 weeks at a time.
And then Sevy came in and said, Barry, want to lift a little later? And they were going to do a couple sets?
No, Savard's like, we had the hour-long Sports Sunday thing, and he said, hey, your buddy's going to be back in town. You think you can get him again? And I'm like, at that point now I'm 24, and I'm like, well, the boss, even though he really wasn't the boss, but in my mind he's the boss, is asking me to get Barry Bonds. I at least got to try. So Bonds comes walking out of the Giants dugout toward the cage for BP, had seen me earlier and acknowledged me in the press conference. And I walk up, he walks up to me. God, it's so weird that this happened, but it happened. And he says, what's up, man? How you doing? I go, good. And then one of the first things I say to him is say, hey, while you're in town, can we do another sit-down interview? And he looks at me and he goes, man. And he shook his head, and then he just walked off. And Jackson, you know exactly when I'm telling the story what that means. Yeah. He's like, he kind of thought we were partners.
Yeah, I thought you were different.
He thought it was different.
He thought you were different.
And instead, it was transactional. And so what he thought was a good rapport from a good non-baseball, but somewhat baseball-related conversation in 2000, all I wanted to do was use him again for another interview, and it was over. Just like that, it was over. Yeah. So, circling back to Lisa Ann and the Dotem, I felt like even though Lisa Ann is somebody we've known for at this point 5 years, and she has come in for charity events. And she truly is not only, she's a brilliant entrepreneur, but a sound businesswoman and a wizard on fantasy sports. I realize 99% of the world's population know her for the film that was a tribute to Sarah Palin. But I felt like while we were talking about something, because she was talking about, asking about my kids and just BSing, if I would have said, hey, while I got you, would you like to fly into St. Louis for 3 days in May? I felt like it would have been another recreation of the Barry Bonds interview from a quarter century ago. Did I handle it right? You make the call. 314-399-9646.
I would say in that moment, you're probably never going to be buddies. So if you get the interview.
With Bonds.
Yeah, if you get yes, I'm sorry. I was going back to Barry, who I wonder if that in that moment, that's when he became really surly moving forward to the media.
Because of me,
that kid, that kid in St. Louis. I thought we had something there.
Yeah,
it was like all the rest.
Oh, and I regretted it so much. Because it wasn't like it was like it was a shake of the head, and he goes, man, and it conveyed just with that one word, I thought you were different. You're using me. We're done. Just with that one word. And he just walked off, like a full 3 feet taller than me and 200 pounds more.
So what's the veteran version of that? If your bosses are leaning on you to get something, is it, hey, man, how are you? Good to see you. But people love that interview. Hey, if you feel like doing anything similar to this, we'd love to sit down while you're in town. Is there a softer approach to that? Like, hey, that was so much. God, people, they're still talking about how cool you were.
It would have been, with the benefit of hindsight, and I guess it's now 48 versus 24, it would have just been like BSing, because he, for whatever reason, it's not like we hung out or anything, but for whatever reason, he did remember me and remember that conversation. And so you have a conversation. Like if I saw a friend who I know, whatever, could be involved in some kind of business thing, the first thing I wouldn't say is, hey, I know you were talking about, investing in the Tam Avenue Capital Partners and hitching our wagon to JJ Spawn.
So make conversation first.
Correct.
Before the ask.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, how you doing? Oh, good to see you. Any charity work you want me to mention while you're in town?
Yes.
Oh, good.
That's what I look back on a mistake. And then meanwhile, and I realize nobody knows, the extent of what Lisa Ann and I were texting about 3 weeks ago, but it was a totally friendly, really kind of thorough, friendly, conversation, asking about my wife and the kids and St. Louis and the show and all that stuff. And then if I would have gone right at the end, and she reached out to me, and if I would have gone right at the end, while I got you, hey, will you do me a favor and fly to St. Louis and do our show's golf tournament? Even though I know you kind of had a falling out with, I don't know, I guess not necessarily the show, but Iggy, who's, big part of the show. That wouldn't. I think that would have been. So I was thinking the Barry Bonds thing at the time.
Yeah, it's a good thought.
You think I should have fired a puck on net? Is what you think? No, you don't.
I think if she's to get involved in any capacity with TMA again, it would have to be like her saying, like, "Hey, I'd love to pop on again."
Right.
Like she would have to be the one to be the catalyst. I don't think us asking is gonna. Yeah, just. Good relationship still a lot of love there. But if she wants to hop back in, she's obviously welcome. But I think she would be the one to start that.
All right. Well, that makes me feel. Chairman Kurt, what about you? Honestly, be honest with me here, Chairman. We're part of an alliance. Chairman Kurt thinks I should ask.
Yes.
Chairman Kurt thinks I should ask. Chairman Kurt thinks I should ask.
It's a pregnant pause.
I picked up the read right there.
I think at some point she would be. No, that's definitely not happening.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I think she could be persuaded.
But I don't want to do any persuading.
I understand. Maybe that was the wrong word, but I think she would be. I think she would be open to it again at some point in the future.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't disagree with that.
I'd have to look back on the text and see even how it went. She was doing something, just hanging out in California, and had some time, and for whatever reason, I don't know, maybe she saw some post on social media, one of my many GIFs on Twitter.
She posted something from the Dotem of years past just recently because of the Masters.
Oh, is that right?
Pictures of her at the Dotem.
God bless.
I did notice that. So I was like, hey, I know that course.
In a strange twist, maybe Barry Bonds will come to the Dotem.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be kind of full circle?
Wow. I would imagine if he plays golf, he could hit the ball about 350 yards.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's something that he's doing right now.
You know who loved him was Dexter Fowler. They were tight.
Yeah, there was some kind of relationship.
Tight. And I don't know if he was his godfather. Those two were for sure tight. And it randomly happened that Bonds was like the Marlins hitting coach for a year or two.
Yes, that was super random.
And it didn't get a lot of play. He was just the Marlins hitting. I'm like, Barry
Did you ever
Bonds,
see him down in Jupiter?
I don't think so.
They're always barbecuing over at that camp and never really playing baseball.
I think that was an era where I was not down there.
So you got to see it firsthand. Jackson was alarmed by the number of propane tanks at the Marlins
Vats
camp.
of propane.
Hey, you laugh, but Clayton McCullough's got that squad off to a 6-6 start, so maybe the Cardinals should start barbecuing.
Exactly.
Great for us.
Cardinals get to face Nola, Sanchez, and Wheeler this weekend, Jackson.
Oof.
That'll be a nice little treat for the Redbirds. Blues not back on the ice until tomorrow, but I got to be honest with you, tonight is damn near just as important because the Flames and Wild play each other. We'll talk that over with Joey Vitale. Jay Delsing in for the 10 o'clock hour. He has a brand new book. Is that what you were talking about with him in part?
Well, we did day one at the Masters, his take on what happened, a little bit of Rory talk, and then the book itself, which the foreword's written by Jack Nicklaus. And he said, I grew up caddying at Norwood, and next thing you know, he's at UCLA playing. I mean, that's big-time golf. And then he goes on the tour for over 560 tour events.
So he sent me, I guess, the book isn't out. I think it's a Father's Day.
I think that's right.
I think that's what it's targeted for. So he sent me an advance copy to read because he was coming on the show, and I reached out to him early in the week about coming on the show. But it's protected as a Google Doc or something like that. So I had to email for permission.
Access,
but I didn't get granted, and so I have not had. But obviously I know the story of him being North Side guy, and then going to St. Louis U High, and then UCLA, and then playing on the PGA Tour. I mean, there aren't a lot of guys coming from St. Louis who have made it to the tour. I mean, in part just because of the weather.
Right, and to have an extended run, and the sporting family. His dad played in the major leagues for 13 years for the Browns, the Yankees. I mean, his dad
was the uncle of Taylor Twellman.
The opinionated Taylor Twellman. He is his uncle.
Taylor Twellman that guy, not that he's looking to do it, but he would be a podcast or sports talk radio god, because he doesn't give a damn, and he will happily give his opinion on any topic.
Well, I love when he sort of nukes City and his dad works for the team. I'm like, that's got to be a little bit awkward. Hey, Taylor, could you kind of ease up on the roster critique since I sit in the booth with Lutz during games? It's a little awkward down here. But yeah, Jay, with the stories he could tell and just being on the tour and being around, and he goes, it's unbelievable when I think about it. He said, I wasn't planning on writing a book, but a friend of mine kept saying, you got so many fun stories.
Hey, I can't wait to read it. I just can't wait to read it. So he'll be in certainly talking Masters in the 10 o'clock hour, and the book that he has written and will be coming out here within the next month or so. That is Jay Delsing, Joey Vitale. There's your Stiefel dossier. You can email in as well for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com, online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. I think that today is the last day for a long time that we are going to have highs in the 50s. But then again, I look a week from today and then I see it could be lurking. But either way, the weather finally warming up consistently. And it's supposed to be, even though if you are in the St. Louis metropolitan area, it was raining as I was driving in, and super cloudy. I think it's supposed to be sunny later on this afternoon. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, Seth Goldcamp, longest running sponsor on TMA. You run into any HVAC issues. It's real simple. DesignAirService.com. Over the number of years they've been involved with TMA, I am confident in saying they have worked with hundreds, if not thousands, of TMA listeners, and they earn their business through the trust of knowing that they come by, they fix it, and there's no upselling. You can count on Seth and his team. Seth's fourth generation takes great pride in the legacy his great-grandfather, grandfather, and father have carried on, and he does the same. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Cooling, sponsor of our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Chairman Kurt's taking your phone calls. Feel free to call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He's on one right now, 314-974-0101. Or you can text in 314-399-9646 and watch the program and talk it over with 176 of your closest friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on the TMASTL YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. I have to tell you, not only do I love the lyrics, I really enjoy the melody, but I really also appreciate what I think is a wonderful snare drum in the percussion. Jackson, who are we enjoying here?
This is the St. Louis Sports Band.
St. Louis Sports Band, Martin. Have they ever been a guest on Sports Final?
No, but I'm looking into it. It kind of reminds me of Biz Marquee, like on purpose, kind of wasn't nailing it, and it made it more catchy.
Shot of the Vapors.
This is the St. Louis Sports Band from their debut and final album, Cardinals and Rams.
Left out the blues.
Right.
It's your kind of band.
Yeah, they know. Listen, they know what they want to stick to. You know, they're not trying to do reggae and pop and rock. You know, stick to their genre.
I am enjoying that song. Nice selection, Papers. It is TMA, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. I think he's SoCal, actually, this weekend.
His family out there in California?
He has that, but his son Nick plays hockey, and he travels a few times a year for those. When my son was playing, they would sometimes be at the same rink, crossing paths. So I would see Doug with his son Nick, and my son would be out there. So Doug is in Southern California. He will be back on the program on Tuesday. We welcome you to participate in the program. Calling in 314-974-0101, texting in 314-399-9646, and emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Your Stiefel dossier, Joey Vitale, 8:15. Jay Delsing in studio, both talking Masters and the new book that he has written that will be coming out shortly for Father's Day. And I see Robert Thomas is on the dossier at 10:30. As the Blues are in the Pacific Northwest, so having Robert on at like 8:30 probably would not be optimal for a 6:30 wake-up call.
It's
a smart play.
Yeah.
It's a veteran play.
Be over at that Pike's Place Market watching him throw some fish.
I think that's probably what he's doing.
I guarantee he's locked in on the Masters.
Yeah, you're right. That guy, he lives for it. He loves it. My understanding is he's into it. So looking forward to talking over with Robert Thomas, who I don't recall who I heard saying it was a hockey podcast I was listening to. Best player since the Four Nations. That's and the numbers certainly backing up. Dan Jansen's on the line. He wants to talk it over. Dan Jansen, longtime critic of Jackson, if I'm not mistaken, from the balloon party days. But I met him at the TMA holiday party at Hot Shots. Martin, you recall that? Doug was dressed up as Santy. And Dan was a friendly sort, but I guess he has an offer for Jackson here. Dan, good morning. You're on the Callier and Thompson phone lines on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Yes. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, we met at the Christmas party. Great conversation. I have invited Jackson to multiple Blues games in the past, and his comment was he doesn't know me, so I told him it was a sincere offer. So yesterday on the show, he said you were talking about walk-up songs, and he said he has not been to a Cardinals game yet. And as the producer on the top-ranked sports radio show, I thought he should go. And so I have 2 extra tickets for tonight's game. They're in the all-inclusive Champions Club.
Wow.
They come with a parking pass.
Wow.
I don't know if Jackson's been to the Champions Club, but he could probably get bottle service.
Wow.
Yeah, he does like bottle service, Dan.
There's no strings attached. It's not like he needs to hang out with us. He can bring whoever he wants, Sweet Kai, his dad, or his girly girl.
What's that?
It's incredibly kind. I mean, that's just an outstanding offer, and I very much appreciate it.
Martin is about to decline.
Tim,
you can tell that.
It sounds like the Oklahoma City Thunder have a big game tonight at 8 o'clock on League Pass.
I can't definitively say yes or no on that. It's an incredibly nice offer, but I don't want to. Dan obviously has these tickets, and I don't want to hold him up and be like, "Oh, sorry, at the last second I can't go." So.
What do you got going on? Martin.
No, I'm. playing golf this afternoon. I don't know how long it's going to go. I don't want to like rush or anything. And I don't want Dan.
Oh, you're playing today. Thanks for calling. I must not have been home.
And
I'm off today.
And Dan, I don't want you to have. It's an incredibly nice offer. I'm being absolutely sincere. It's incredibly kind of you, and I appreciate you. But I don't want to hold up your tickets.
What time's your tee time?
Unclear, but it's going to be.
Oh boy!
No, but it's later in the afternoon.
This is where, if I were in Las Vegas, I would grab my chin. I have tiny little hands. These are pincers. They're not even hands. And of course, the chip stack's huge. And I would then shove them across the felt. And I don't even say anything. I just look at my opponent. I'm all in. That's where it is.
It's super kind of you, Dan. I'm not like making something up.
Martin, you want to move in?
You'd rather not play golf and then kind of be wiped out and have another commitment in the same day.
Or it goes long and then I have to rush.
Even though you don't know when you're starting.
It's going to be in the mid-afternoon. I know that.
Where are you playing?
Unclear.
Oh, no.
You want to move all in?
I don't want this to like. Now Dan, I feel terrible, but like I don't like. No, whatever.
Dan, are you feeling rejected?
No. Goes is par for the course.
Now, were you going to be? You said you have 2 tickets. Are you part of the group? Were you going to go with Jackie?
This is like you with Don Lemon inviting you to the Hamptons.
No, we've got 6 tickets, so I've got 2 extra.
2 extra. So you could have been accompanying Jackie.
No, and again, please continue.
First of all, Jackson is a Champions Club. It's a big restaurant. You can hang out there. There's seats outside.
Not surprising. I've been.
Oh my!
Shout out to Seth Goldcamp one time hooked me up with tickets.
Designer heating and cooling.
Yeah. What if Dan had green seats, pal?
It's not seat dependent, you know.
It's about this fictitious round of golf.
Look how I'm dressed. Does this look like a man who's not going to tee it up today?
You look like you do everything.
No, what are you talking about? I'm a t-shirt man. Please continue, Dan.
No, I don't know if there's a giveaway tonight.
It's the adult sweatshirt. It's the mystery adult
the off talked about.
Yes, on this program.
So it's a simple process. Just give me an email, and I'll forward the tickets over.
Well, he is not taking no for an answer. Man, that Bachelor of Baseball was always looking for a friend.
Tim, if Jackson can't go, can you?
No, I don't want to.
Well, that's clear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't bluff at the pot, Dan. But no, that's just not something I'm interested in. In addition to, I mean, I do have 2 children. If I said to my wife, I'm just going to be bolting to the game, I don't think that would
Who are you going with? Caller.
Caller, Dan Jansen, who I have met and is a delight, and I think is University High School, if I'm not mistaken. And so that
Chaminade.
Well, still, it's fine. That's acceptable.
Were they the Red Devils for a while?
I think so.
Became the Flyers.
They were the
Flyers. They became the
Red Devils. I think Priory was the Angels, and then they got made fun of, so they became the Rebels.
And then Rebels is kind of no longer acceptable.
Right. So now they're hotty toddy, good gosh almighty. Is that or Ole Miss with the land shark? I can't follow.
I think now they're the Priory Basketball Club, or I forget.
PBC.
Unnamed.
But Dan, I got to tell you, a lot of people in this Air Comfort Service text inbox are skeptical of the offer and worried that Jackson's going to wind up in your basement with lotion.
Ooh, in a well.
Yeah.
Porta potty.
I figured that. I'm not obviously in the chat room frequently. Nobody's asked me to drink bleach yet.
Well, if you saw the text inbox.
Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. It's always tough, though. You call into this program, it's just even somebody as nice and delightful as Pestis from Festus is invited to enjoy Clorox.
Hey, Martin.
Yes, sir.
Quick story. We have something in common.
Because I got a big night tonight, too. But go ahead.
No.
I'm not even invited, Tim. He's not even trying. Because in my mental Rolodex, I was like, fish fry, kids. What do we got tonight?
Kids.
But please, I don't even have to throw it out there. Yes, Dan.
College roommates, Bax in D.C.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Are you SAE?
Phi Alpha.
Yes.
Phi Alpha. Oh, we've got Rockers Mafia on the line.
Oh, they're in.
Yes. Oh, I know Dan. I thought it was a fake name.
No, I've actually met the guy.
No, I don't go by fake names.
And I respect that. Not that those who do I don't respect, but I tip my cap when you put yourself out there.
Okay, this is all connected to the show. You guys remember the famous Friday call-in that Jackson and I forgot about when my buddy Dan was going to tell his Gretzky story.
Yes.
This Dan knows that Dan. It's all connected. I believe.
Hello.
All connected. Yes,
thank you.
All connected.
Yep, the old Rockers hanging out at Charlie Hooper's. Tim?
Charlie Hooper's. That was I bet I've been there. And
a spot in Kansas City.
I had some buddies go there. My brother went
Love
there.
Rockers. Yeah, it's part of the Rockers Mafia. Pete Baxendale, my cousin Steve, Scott Hummel, friend of the show. We could go on and on, Tim, and name Steve Valentino. Is he in New York now, Tim?
I think he's in Brooklyn, Brooklyn Heights.
Valentino's in New York.
Blaze,
doing well.
Duff, the whole crew.
Cooper.
I didn't even go there.
Dan, thank you for the offer. Very kind. Jackson will get shot by shot from his round on Monday. It'll be fun to recap.
All right. The last thing, John Scores and Don Tiny are up next since the show rejected me.
Wow.
Oh, you're going to invite John Scores and Tiny PP in the YouTube chat?
Yep.
All right. That'll be wonderful. Yeah, go into the YouTube chat. Maybe you can go to the game tonight with Dan Jansen. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks.
Jackson, Eric.
That was me going up to a girl at Have a Nice Day Cafe 2001, and it becomes clear it's not happening. Thanks.
Did you see my interview with Barry Bonds?
Yeah, what about the Bonds interview?
Jackson, Eric in the Central Sim was asking for the buzzer.
I had it pulled up, but I didn't want to be. I already rejected it.
I thought everybody has a fake name. Dan Jansen, famous ice skater that fell down a couple times and was crying.
That's right.
I thought that's what it was a reference
I would have thought
to.
the same thing had I not met him at the TMA holiday party at Hot Shots. And when we were doing Balloon Party, he was all over Jackson on a daily basis. Did you meet him at the holiday party?
Yeah.
He's a delight.
Very nice gentleman.
But
clearly.
You've got this round of golf.
I truly am playing golf today.
Do you play with Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse? No, you can't. He's on the air.
He's on the air. Yeah. I played with him a couple weeks ago, though.
I know.
Time.
It'd be kind of awkward if you said you were playing with him and then we find out later he called in sick today.
Marsh told me you got beat by the guy and you had to give some guy strokes and then the guy beat you straight up.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
What the hell's going on with you?
I didn't play that bad.
Well, if you're giving a guy a bunch of strokes and then he beats you straight up, something couldn't be right. Either that guy went off or you went the wrong way.
He played great. That guy played great.
All right.
But, sometimes, the putts just aren't falling. But yes, I am playing today, and I don't want to run. And he's got these great tickets. Give it to somebody who's fired up to go,
dying to go.
Yeah, I appreciate the offer.
It's adult mystery sweatshirt night. What's wrong with you?
A promotional item is not the deterrent here, but it also isn't going to coerce me into going.
Can I ask an honest question here?
You should always be honest.
I feel like I'll get
It's honesty in media here.
I feel like I'll get a malleable answer. How many Cardinal games do you think you will go to this season?
Over under
2.5.
Well, I was going to 3.5.
Oh, so I guess then.
Yeah, I love going to the Redbirds games.
Ball game?
Yeah.
Especially when it's hot out.
I just like hanging out, seeing the beautiful grass, cracking the bat. One day,
You guys are going to go?
Yeah.
Who knows,
That's a no.
I don't like that. This
That's
show in its 21 years never had clicks. Guys hanging out without other guys. I think that's bad for the room.
Couple beers in, I'm like,
we've all not hung out together in 21 years.
By design.
By design.
No, I think Jackson, about the 7th inning, get a little buzz going, like, how about Tim and the 8 o'clock?
See, that's what happens.
It's
like the 3 girls going on the trip in White Lotus.
Yeah, it's never going to work.
Can't do that. Can't go on a trip with 3. Whoever's not there gets talked about. It's a whole thing. I'm just telling you about this.
It's the buddy system.
Let's see what we got here.
I think a few people said they would go with them.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Manute Bowl eligible making an offer. We're getting a lot of offers here. Do any of you guys want to come over to eat pizza at my house and watch Gold Rush tonight? That's from Manute Bowl eligible. So a lot of offers coming in, Martin.
Well, kids, it's a Fish Fry Friday. I might be golfing with Jackson. I got to get some yard work in.
This is a brief aside. If it takes off, it takes off. It's not intended to. I'm in awe of the enthusiasm for fish fries. That's all I got. It's a non sequitur. It's a Larry King column observation, but I'm in awe of it.
Well, I don't want to get sideways with all my Catholic friends.
I see you're moving your neck back and forth, which means you're about ready to get sideways.
Everything's because my non-Catholic friends have pointed this out. Everything's sort of a vehicle to drinking. So,
I didn't know that goes on. Is that the deal?
God, yes. I'm not
really?
saying. No, the fish fry is about community. It's another way to celebrate Lent and to enjoy the camaraderie of the parish.
Sure.
And they serve alcohol. So
I didn't know that was a deal, because all I'm thinking
that's
of
my take on it,
is
Tim.
just like eating fried fish and maybe some spaghetti with
cheese pizza.
Is that the deal? I don't know.
Hey, I got to say, it is.
In my neighborhood, if I head toward downtown Kirkwood, where St. Peter is, forget about it. It's like driving in L.A. at 4 o'clock. It's unbelievable.
People are getting it to go. That's the other thing. They pick it up to go.
Yeah,
and I'm just in awe of it. And hey, God bless. Good for the parish. And I know growing up in the neighborhood I grew up in St. Gabriel, it's a huge deal. I've never understood it, but I didn't realize it's about the booze.
Well, that's my.
Do these run through Easter? Is that Easter is the end of fish fries?
Yes.
Okay.
Lenten season would be over. I also think if you're a good Catholic and you don't eat meat on Friday, you're not really going to fire up fish at home. Like, it's not a common
what
thing.
What about some Vandecamps or Mrs. Paul? Was it Mrs. Paul? She got married or she get divorced and now she's at Brio? Miss Paul?
Mrs. Paul, yeah. Little fried sticks.
Right. That's what I picture. And I'm just like, why the enthusiasm for Vandecamps that you would wait in line?
Fried sticks?
That's what I think it is.
Fish sticks?
Fish. When we were kids, it was always a fish stick. Well, now, Tim, you got your tilapia.
Oh, so like this is like all of a sudden going to...
Oh, absolutely. There's a little salmon.
Really?
In fact, Dan Jansen's buddy Duff, who might be listening, took over the St. Clement fish fry for years, and he added fried shrimp, salmon, maybe a little Dover sole, kind of dressed it up.
Do you get fries with this?
Yeah. You want to go to? How about this? Let's go to the fish fry. You come with me.
I got this round to golf. I got this right. Kids. I got this round
the whole point of fish fries is to get drunk with other parents. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
There we go.
Okay, I didn't know it. Well, now that explains it to me.
Well, I don't want to get side. Now I can't show my face at the local fish fry. Hey, way to go, jackass!
I had no idea.
I will say the St. Cecilia fish fry on the south side.
I've read Yola.
Pony.
St. Cecilia is a South City, and I got to tell you, I'm not all that familiar with St. Cecilia's work.
I couldn't tell you exactly where it is, but it's a...
Well, then how do you know it's a pony?
I've been there.
Teleported?
No, I've been there, but I just don't remember the streets.
How do you get there?
I'm locationally challenged, but it's a Hispanic parish. And if you don't get there early, that line wraps around the building, and they got a mariachi band, and it's got a little Spanish flair to it.
How about that? Cal Kennedy texting in. He is the John Wooden of South St. Louis. And he says, I can't tell you how much beer we go through at the fish fry here at St. Gabriel's, but they line up through the schoolyard to get inside. Voted by a fish fry committee that travels to all the parishes as a top 5 fish fry in town. So it's a Mount Rushmore fish fry.
So St. Gabe's,
of course it is,
crushes it in basketball
and fish fries.
Yeah, of course.
So in my mind, I see this and I'm going, why are people so enthusiastically wanting Vandecamps that they're lining up? And it shows what I know. That's it.
I think the menu options have improved over the years. I honestly, and I was mocking the drinking. I was joking, of course. But I think mostly it's just kind of parish camaraderie. It's the Easter season. I also tip my cap to Passover season. And all who and to all who celebrate.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
But it's just a chance to get together, Tim. And a little bit of fundraising, too.
Kids love fish fries. They take 2 bites of their food and hang out with their friends. They love it. That's in the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
That's true.
There you go. All right. See, these are the things when you have, as I would imagine a large portion of the audience can relate to, maybe in your past, might be your current situation. When you have a 3-year-old, you're not exactly really socially, out there. And so I'm blind to what apparently is the pony show that is the Friday Fish Fry in St. Louis, Missouri.
I bet you Vitale goes. I bet you he's up there holding court.
I could see that.
Yep. Yeah. And they're like, who's the guy in the corner that's been talking 2 hours straight? Oh, he played hockey. He's on the Blues thing. Oh, okay. Is he drinking or is he on something else? Oh, I don't know. That's just him.
We'll find out. He's going to be with us.
8:15.
8:15 on the Stiefel dossier. That's when Joey Vitale will be joining the program. James Carlton joins the program on Mondays and talks it over. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And I made the switch to him in 2019, and I recommend you make the switch to him right now. If you do, they do the paperwork for you, so it couldn't be any easier. And then on top of that, you're probably going to start saving money. You can call there during business hours. You're going to talk to somebody right there in the office, right here in St. Louis. No 1-800 number, no on hold. You're going to talk to somebody who works with James. Can't say enough good things about him. And so thrilled that I made the switch 6 years ago. It has been an incredibly pleasant experience. And that is why I advocate for James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Go online at carltoninsurance.net or give him a call at 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Agency. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. He will be back on Tuesday. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Joey Vitale at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier. Jay Delsing in studio in the 10 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas with us at 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:45. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on TMA, STL's YouTube channel, and 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Seattle Kraken.
Hey, it's the playoff push, Tim. I don't know these nights.
The Blues are playing tomorrow against the Kraken.
You can go to the Cardinal.
That game starts pregame at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m., right here on 101 ESPN. That was in their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Nice. One of the unique things of this program that otherwise is pretty straight down the middle is the war between Webster Groves listeners and Cottleville listeners, Martin. You're not going to get to that till season 20 of TMA. For whatever reason, Webster Groves TMA listeners sideways with Cottleville listeners and vice versa. I don't know what the genesis of it was. I just know it exists, and it is a very tense war.
Wow. And you have beautiful little downtown areas for both. I'd like to see these two come together.
It would be nice if we could get a representative from each and see if we can get a treaty of some capacity. Joey Vitale represents Kirkwood, and he will be with us coming up here in a matter of moments at 8:15 in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. So that is coming up. Jeremy Rutherford just posted his mailbag on The Athletic, and I always enjoy the Jeremy Rutherford mailbag. And certainly a lot of conversation here over the last couple of days since the loss to Edmonton and the loss to Winnipeg about where things are for the Blues. And then I think it's fair to say, and I'd be curious, and I'll go texting here. Let's see what the texters say, and I'll look at the YouTube chat as well, youtube.com/TMASTL, and of course, the 101 ESPN text inbox is 314-399-9646. Has your expectation or hope, whatever word you would want to use, for what is realistic for the next few weeks, or hopefully months, of Blues hockey changed over the last, let's call it 5 days? And I would think that for a lot of people, the answer is yes. But I don't think for hockey fans, not for like the casual fan, but for hockey fans, Martin, it's about the losses. I think it's actually about seeing how different the team has looked without Dylan Holloway. And so I think the sense that whereas Parayko, there was an end to it. The end might actually be here. He might be on the ice tomorrow. We'll see what Joey says when he joins us here in a few minutes. But the Holloway one has had a clear and quick impact. And if he is not going to be back anytime soon, then what we saw up until he got hurt against Pittsburgh last Thursday night might not be something they can recapture.
I would say we may have gotten a little overconfident during the run, like, oh, my God, it's 2019 again. You would hear that from people. The way they're getting on this magical run, I think people got a little overexcited. I'm kind of in the middle saying, you know what, this is still a pretty good team that has proven they're right there with Winnipeg and Edmonton in games they could have won, even though they're probably a little wiped out from this streak. I'd say the nervometer, which Bradley Doolittle writes about, is there
That's right, the nervometer.
Nervometer probably went up a couple of ticks, but I'm not quite as confident as Doug Vaughn. Oh, they're in. And they were like 8 games under 500. Oh, they'll make it. Don't worry. They're fine. I do think they're going to be in the playoffs.
Doug's positivity with St. Louis teams is one of his delightful charms, and what Jackson describes as what, folksy?
Yes.
Is that what it is, folksy?
Doug is, yeah, he's as folksy as it gets. Certainly,
well, I suppose. Hey, Doug, they just lost 10 in a row. Yeah, but they could win 10 in a row.
That's exactly right.
Oh, could they? I think collectively around town, people are a little nervous, worried, because they're looking at the team minus Holloway, who would become an emerging star.
It just kind of became a one-line offense here over the last couple games, I think, and that goes back to the problems that they were having before. But, you know, who would have seen what we had following the Four Nations coming, and maybe they're going to get a kick in the backside on Parayko here tomorrow night when they take on Seattle. I'm still on board. Already purchased 2 tickets for their first home playoff game. That's from Kevin and Hees at the Lake. Stepdad Gary says the boys are just taking a beat. Holloway's coming back for the playoff run. See yous all at the parade on June 14th. Hashtag take your shirt off. Daddy Padre. So this is actually coming from Seattle this morning.
He's says, not on the team.
I just think they've ran out of gas for a few games. Parayko is extremely important in the playoffs. Most of the teams on their run weren't the best, too. Thankfully, with Snuggerud, Dvorsky, Joseph, Texia, et cetera, you have options to plug and play in round 1. But is plug and play going to be good enough? And I'm not challenging Daddy Padre. I'm asking the question overall. Are you in a position to plug and play against most likely the Winnipeg Jets or Vegas Golden Knights? You know, I mean, anybody in the playoffs most of the time. I suppose the Eastern Conference is not as strong. I don't suppose. The Eastern Conference is not as strong as the Western Conference. It doesn't have the depth. I think a number of teams in the Western Conference could breeze through the 7 and 8 seeds in the East. But either way, the Blues going to be in a position to plug and play, whether it's the Jets or Golden Knights. I don't think so, unfortunately. So the Holloway thing has become, and it sucks, man. I'm sitting there at that game last Thursday night, and I'm going, you forget about the possibility of injury ruining the momentum, and then 5 guys had to be tended to in that second period alone last Thursday night, and unfortunately, one of those injuries stuck. And maybe some of the guys that did get hurt in that injury are playing through it. And not necessarily themselves. We'll see what Joey Vitale has to say. He's going to join us coming up next on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug Vaughn's vacationing at Jackson's parents' place, the Hamptons. That I guess, what was your dad get it in 1964?
No, that was my mother.
Oh, your mother got it. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah. She's the NY connection.
She is, yep.
Okay. So that's where Doug is. He'll be back. I think he's having dinner with Billy Joel tomorrow night. That'll be fun. And he'll be back in studio on Tuesday. So Martin and I are attempting to hold down the fort. We asked Joey Vitale to join us. Got some BS excuse. He joins us right now, and we'll hold him accountable. Good morning, Joey.
Hey, morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good. Mad at you for not being here, though.
Hey, listen, I am MIA. I'm in Boone country. I don't even know where I am.
That's worse than Jackson's excuse not to go to the ball game with Dan Jansen.
Boone country?
Boone country. Martin, what's Boone country?
Is that similar to Boone County?
Yeah, fight Tigers.
Yeah, apparently it's Nashville, Illinois. I didn't know there was a Nashville where I'm out here on the 6th grade school sleepover camp. I did this with my daughter a couple years ago. It's my son's turn, and Tim, you'll be here one day, the old St. Peter.
Well, I think I have to work that day.
You're going to the Cardinal game with Jackson?
I think I'm going to the Cardinal game with a listener.
Hey, Vitale, who approved you as a chaperone? Good God.
Well, the slim pickings on the dad. See, the moms have a waiting list. There's like a waiting list for moms, you can't imagine. Because, moms are like, oh, my baby going away for the first night. I got to make sure I'm there. So there's like a ton. It's like a huge, huge waiting list. But we got an email saying that we don't have enough dads because, Dad's got to work and stuff. So
it's like Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah. No offense to the moms. Hey, listen, moms work too.
Here we go.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that. Moms contribute to society just as well. I didn't mean it like that.
Beautiful statement.
Wonderful backpedal.
Off to a hot start. So there was a list of they needed a bunch of dad chaperones, and there was a little block in the blue schedule, which is rare. And my son, of course, said, hey, I asked the principal, and he was a little hesitant because, I'm a child myself. But he's like, you know what? It's either you or nobody. So here we are.
So you're in Nashville?
It's like Dubois or Dubois, somewhere in other Illinois.
Oh, St. Genevieve Dubois. It's just across the street. It's not that far. You shouldn't be alarmed. Lovely area.
See, that's what I thought. No, it's Dubois, Illinois.
Are you in DuQuoin?
Maybe. I don't know.
There's an Illinois State Fair down there. Yeah, Nashville's beautiful, beautiful little town square. Oh. Highway 50, is it, Tim?
I think it's Highway 50, Barton.
Gorgeous. It's good. The cabins, there's the cabins here. We survived the first night. We had obviously the all boys cabin. I tell you what, boys are different these days. Boys are different. When I was in 6th grade, I was into not the stuff that they're into now. I remember my first adult magazine showed up at the 6th grade camp when I was in grade school. But there's none of that. It's more pantsing. Pantsing is back, guys. Pantsing left for a while.
Pantsing. Oh, kids are getting pantsed? Like pulled down?
I thought that was done. But pantsing is making a comeback. I don't know where it came from. But we hung out till about 5 a.m. this morning. We were supposed to be in bed 10 p.m. last night. I was known to be the goat of all cabins. We were the goat cabin because Mr. Vitale is completely immature. So we ended up staying up till 5 a.m. and a couple kids are nervous about pink eye because someone farted on their head. We got a couple of those situations.
Wow, what camp?
You're running a tight ship over there.
Are you sure this isn't a meatballs? Like 6?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it was interesting group of boys. We had one kid who had a facial line that took about 45 minutes before he needed to go to bed with moisturizers and oils, and so that was the situation for sure. What else do we have here? What else do we have? We had a bunch of just random things kind of pop up. We had a fiend. A fine party? It's like F-E-I-N or F-E... Jackson, help me out here. What's that song? F-E exclamation point N or something?
Fiend by Travis Scott and Playboy Cardi.
So what they do is they play this song, and they just jump and go, Fiend, 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 and they take their shirts off, and they just bump into each other like a mosh pit back in Point Fest, back in the 95 days.
95, for sure.
What is it, Joey? I'm sorry if I could real quick before we get out of control here. What is the nature of this retreat? Because it doesn't seem spiritual. What is the point of this camping?
We prayed before breakfast.
Oh, okay.
So there was a little bit of that. No, there is a spiritual element, but not in the cabin behind closed doors apparently, because
They're getting pants, Tim, and taking their shirt off.
They just let it out. And they're fighting over who wants to shower with who. I don't get that either. Like, when I was a kid, I didn't want to shower with anyone. Like, I get a shower with Harper. No, I get a shower with Harper. No, I called it first. I'm like, why does everyone want to shower with Harper?
I don't think Joey's going to be invited back.
I can't begin to tell you the amount of restraint I'm practicing right now for so many different reasons. Tim,
you'll be here.
I will be in what is, I believe, is called Du Bois. That's what the listeners are saying.
Du Bois. That's it. It's Camp Du Bois.
Okay. All right. A bunch of the listeners have gone to this, Joey.
This has been around for 60 years. It's a huge camp. I went to Camp Down Bosco.
Camp Down Bosco was a big one. We went to 40 Legends. I don't know if that resonates with anybody.
I've heard of that. That was like, I think my sister went there. But Camp Down Bosco was a different. Yeah, but it was.
What about Andesonk?
Andesonk is a summer one, which is if you want a case of Rocky Mountain fever, send your kids Andesonk in the summer because they'll get loaded with ticks. But
it's a reverse live raid for Camp Andesonk. Take them off the potential client list.
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
They're not a sponsor. Hopefully they're not on your sponsor list. Well, Camp Du Bois should be after this one. It's a great camp. Camp Down Bosco, we went there, but we went for a whole week. We went Monday to Friday. It was a whole thing, and it ended with a mixer. Did yours end with a mixer?
Yes, it was a big deal. It was a square dance, which the girls had to pick who they were going to dance with, which was the birth of the Sadie Hawkins, Jackson. How about that? So the girls got to pick who they were going to dance with, and as you can imagine, with me being the Billy D. Williams of St. Gabriel's, I had a line out the door for that square dance, Joey.
I bet you did. I mean, between you and me both for different reasons, I had the worst acne ever. I had braces. I had a bald head. I was not a charmer, but Emily Vanderplume. Emily
Vanderplume, Martin.
Oh, well, careful here, legal.
Yeah.
She took me. Shout out Emily Vanderplume. She took me on the floor, and we did a little do-si-do and a slow dance to, I believe it was the Backstreet Boys, if I remember correctly. And you never forget your first dance, and that's where it all happened. All the magic happened for me at Camp Down Bosco back in 6th grade.
Well, I can't imagine that Joey's parents would ship him off for weeks at a time.
Yeah, they weren't excited when I came home. They were totally cool with that. So yeah, here we are, 6th grade camp. It's changed a little bit, and but all good.
Well, God bless America. So the whole class, like all the 6th grade, like 50 kids are there?
Yeah, everyone comes.
Wow. How about that?
Everyone goes and
fighting over showers.
Yeah, and this Harper. I mean,
just listening and learning.
Thanks, Mo.
Joey, I don't know if you get a chance to monitor the NHL while you're in Boys.
Ever?
Not really.
Yeah.
What's been going on?
What's been going on? Well, bring you up to speed. The Blues had a tough one a couple nights ago against the Oil. Connor McDavid, a couple guys followed him and left another guy out front, and it left an unfortunate ending for the Blues. I was curious, and I asked the audience this before we started talking about the camp, as to whether or not people's I don't know if enthusiasm, I guess expectations have changed over the last two games, and not necessarily because they lost, because obviously they're playing two really good teams, but they weren't playing the real Edmonton Oilers with what they got Wednesday night with guys sitting out, and then with the impact Dylan Holloway's injury has had. So I'm curious what your thoughts are relative to it, because one of the lines that really got me buying into what was going on, and this was about 3 weeks ago when you were talking to Kerber on his podcast, and you said, man, if these guys played the Stars or Jets right now, they'd beat them in 5 games. This team just doesn't have a weakness. So I'm curious if you have seen some things differently, whether even be with some of the wins, because it's not like they had some great games in some of the wins, and if you think that has changed a little bit, and if it's Holloway related or just play related.
First of all, that was the longest question I've ever received in my
entire life. I go long questions on that. I do. And I was thinking it when I was about a third of the way home.
Joey got pants 3 times during the question.
Yeah. Harper got 3 more shower requests.
I've killed 3 stick bugs during that whole process of you asking me that question. You know, Tim, it is a great long question.
And here comes an even longer answer.
It's a 5-to-1 ratio on question to answer.
It has changed a little bit. Yes, if they could have beat the Dallas Stars or the Winnipeg Jets in 5 2 weeks ago, you know, I still think it's a series that goes to 7. I think that they are still there, but it looks a little different. And you know, I made that comment. It was just right now in this moment how they were playing. I can't see them losing anyone. It has changed a little bit. I think there's a couple things in play. I think I look at the Dylan Holloway injury. He is a player that, for however you want to slice it, he makes every player around him better. You know, he has brought Jordan Kyrou's game to a whole nother level because he's been able to keep up with the speed of Kyrou. You know, we saw this in Colorado with Nathan McKernan. You know, when they lost Rantanen, everyone was all up in arms. Oh, my God, Colorado's never going to be the same. Well, they bring in, you know, Martin Necas, who is almost just as fast as Nathan McKernan, and before Necas gets injured, him and McKernan were just flying together. I mean, two guys going up and down the wings and right to the middle of the ice, working together. I see that with Kyrou and Holloway, where I think Kyrou's game has been brought to a new level because he has someone that can keep up with the speed of the game, you know. And then you look at a player like Braden Shen, who's in the middle between those two. His game's been brought up to a whole nother level because now he's catering to two fast guys on each side. He's allowing them to burn up the wings, allowing them to get in on the forecheck. Holloway's physicality has definitely helped Braden Shen, where he doesn't need to bring his physicality as much. So, you know, the good players are good. The great players make everyone around them better. Holloway, to me, is in that class of he makes everyone around him better. So that's just on his line. Now you look at him on the lineup. Well, now you got to figure out a way to get Jordan Kyrou back going again consistently with Braden Shen. So then you have to pick players from the other lines. So now all of a sudden you're moving Jake Neighbors around. You got to move Jimmy Snuggerud around, which of course has an effect on every single line. So there are a couple players in this Blues lineup that you look at as that type where when they're out, it affects everybody. And certainly Dylan Holloway is one of those players. The other thing I'll add is this team's tired. This is an exhausted group. You look at the run they put together with 12 in a row. Look at the run they put together since obviously the Four Nations break. It is a big push. It's emotional hockey. It's intense hockey. It's playoff hockey. I mean, let's be real. Ever since the Four Nations, they knew they needed to go on the run they went on in order to put themselves in relevance, and they did it. But guess what? It takes a lot out of you, and I think we're starting to see a little bit of the aftermath of a team that, for better or worse, basically just went through 2 rounds of playoff hockey because they needed to be that good. So the good news is, to me, is you get a couple-day little reset before the Seattle Kraken, and then you come home, and then you have a couple more days of a reset before the Utah Hockey Club. With the Blues, obviously, they control their own destiny in the sense where you win 2, you're in. If they can figure out a way to pull these off throughout a little bit of a break, you know, there's murmurs of whether they open up in Vegas or Winnipeg. You may not start till Sunday because of some schedule conflicts with their buildings. So you can even get a longer break. So breaks are coming. Breaks are happening now, which is a positive. But it's an exhausted group. You got to hand to these guys. They've put themselves in a great position. They put the city, obviously, with a lot of energy behind them to get into the playoffs. If they can get in, man, what a huge, huge leap this will be. And rest is coming now.
It did seem the other night when you have Thomas, Kyrou, Buchnevich together. I mean, those 3 almost won the game on their own, but I guess it does affect the balance. If you're Montgomery, do you try and move those guys around, or do you say, hey, man, I load up. Those 3 together is as potent as I can get. I mean, how do you view that?
Well, you know, it's interesting. You need the balance, and that's why Jim Montgomery's a big balance coach. You look at the way he operates. He wants balance throughout the entire game. That's what he believes in. And when you have the horses and everyone's going, balance is key. Now, some games, if you don't have it, you just got to put all your superstars on one line. We've seen this with Jared Bednar. I'll bring back up Colorado. When Rantanen was there with McKernan and Landeskog, they were all kind of spread out. But then whenever he needed a fixer line, like, hey, we need a goal, we got to figure this out, put those 3 together and see what happens. I think that's kind of what happened the other night with Buchnevich and Thomas for sure. But, you know, you look at the power plays, for example. It's a very unconventional way about going about power plays for Jim Montgomery. You know, he's got such balance on both units, each unit taking up about a minute. You know, most teams, they just load up. They put all their superstars on one unit, and they just say, hey, go out there and get it. Compare them again. I'll just since we're on the topic of Colorado. You got Nichushkin, you got McKernan, you got Cale Makar. They're all on that top power play unit, and they're going to eat up a minute 30. And then the other unit maybe gets 20, 30 seconds if they're lucky. Jim Montgomery, he's got Thomas and Fowler on one. Right, he's got other guys on. Braden Shen's kind of mixing it up on the other. He's got Jordan Kyrou and Dylan Holloway on different ones. So he's kind of spreading the wealth where he's putting his top, let's call it 10 players on 2 separate units, and he's like that because it is a balance act. Each group does get a minute, but it's the competition. It's like the inter team competition, which analytically you can't break that down, but that's real, guys. Like being on that bench, one unit steps over the boards. Maybe they have a sloppy first power play. Well, the next power play that comes in the second period, Jim's going to start with the other group. And the other group's going to say, well, let's go do it, guys. Let's go own it. There's an accountability factor when you have 2 balanced units. And it's real because you step on the ice, you're like, hey, this is our opportunity now. Let's go show the coach. Let's go show this team that we can be the top power play unit tonight. And it kind of ingests a little bit of anticipation and just a little bit of playing on your toes, which I think is really healthy compared to put out your best 5 players and it's almost like, hey, this is kind of something you take for granted a little bit. And I think that's been a positive thing. So the balance is certainly important, Martin. But again, if you don't have the horses, you don't have the speed and certainly the energy, which I think the Blues have lacked a little bit lately, you got to kind of just go into the well of wishes there and just say, hey, who's going tonight? Let's put them out there and let's roll the dice.
Joey Vitale, our guest here on TMA. He's with us every Friday on 101 ESPN. And, of course, you can watch the program and the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 224 friends are in there talking it over. I never like when a season is in the midst of potentially a playoff, and the Blues, only with 2 regular season games left, of course, are in that spot. But this is tied. This question, Joey, is tied to what we've seen this season. Has the timeline been moved up for Doug Armstrong and the Blues to we're no longer in the retool? Now it's here. The young guys not only have gotten their experience on the ice, but now they've gotten their experience in essentially playoff-like hockey, and they can go out and start to add pieces this offseason to expedite the process of being a full-on competitive team?
100%. I mean, this team, what we have seen in the last 2 months, I mean, the growth, it has been the biggest leap for this young core, where I thought it was going to take this season, maybe next, to get to where they're at. I think you have to really look at Jim Montgomery. And I mean, listen, guys, coaching matters in this league. That's why you signed him to a 5-year deal. He is one of the best coaches for young players and for young teams in the entire National Hockey League. Look at where he's come from with Denver, winning a national championship. He had immediate success in Dallas. He obviously shattered a record in Boston with regular season wins. He's an incredible coach. He gets the most out of young players, and we're very fortunate to have him. But what they have done in the last 2 months, I mean, Zachary Bolduc, where he's at right now, I expected him to be this way mid to end of season next year. For Dylan Holloway, again, there's been growth here. He wasn't this player when he came over from Edmonton. He was certainly flashy. He had good moments. Look at the production. I mean, this is a lot from the coaching of Jim Montgomery. So the growth, the responsibility given to these young players, the ownership for them to take that responsibility and turn it into successful hockey, it has been just astronomical. I mean, it's been through the roof. I could never have imagined in a million years we'd be sitting here, in a playoff spot with this young core, ready to do some damage, hopefully, in the playoffs so we can sneak in. Now, you look at where this team is at, one of the youngest teams in the National Hockey League, one of the most fun and fast hockey teams that we're watching right now. For Doug Armstrong, whatever happens this year, yeah, Tim, 100%. Like, do you go out this offseason? Do you get a middle-of-the-pack centerman? Do you find like a Nelson that Colorado got at the deadline, somewhere along those lines that can kind of help complement Braden Shen, Robert Thomas on that top 3? I think you got to resign Radek Faksa at some point because this fourth line has just been absolutely insane. There hasn't been a fourth line that's been as consistent and dependable in the National Hockey League than the fourth line. So you bring those guys back. And like I said, you bring back a complementary piece, maybe through the middle to help Braden Shen out a little bit. But the speed and just the bring the fans to the edge of their seat type of hockey that we are seeing from this young group's been incredible. You look at Robert Thomas and Jordan Kyrou. They continue to get better. Robert Thomas he's a 100-point player in this league one day. I think if you can figure out a shooter to put on his right side with Pavel Buchnevich, they're both distributor players. Bucci, as much as he likes to score goals, he's a distributor. Thomas is a distributor. If you can get a right-handed shot, maybe that's Jimmy Snuggerud. Maybe it really is. Maybe not right away, but within a year or so, could it be his right-handed shot you put out there with Thomas to complement him? If you can get him to shoot the puck and find spots and spaces like he's been doing, Robert Thomas easily is a 100-point player in this league. And, another player, since I brought him up, Jimmy Snuggerud, my goodness gracious, he comes from college. That is not easy at all. He's walking around, big guy on campus. You're playing 2 games a week. Obviously you're taken care of. You're in this cushy lifestyle. And then all of a sudden you hop on a plane and you join the National Hockey League. You're going up having dinner with Sidney Crosby, although I wasn't invited to that dinner, so I'm a little sorry about that.
Martin, 8:39 is when it hit for those betting. 8:39.
Dang. But, stripping Nathan McKernan a couple nights later for a Buchnevich goal. You look at how he has just stepped up in such a big way. Scouting matters as well. We talked about coaching, scouting. The Blues have gotten some really, really great players. Even look at Thomas. He was a mid to late first rounder. Look at all the players above him, all the teams that missed Robert Thomas, and he is a bona fide number 1 center in this league. He has been the best centerman since February 1st. Literally, numbers look at it. It's incredible, and he's also shutting teams down defensively. So coaching matters. They got a great coach. Scouting matters. Getting good players is important. Jimmy Snuggerud has been very impressive early on in his NHL career as well.
I want to ask about this name, and I realize this might be a pipe dream, but I was reading Jeremy Rutherford's column this morning, Joey, and he's asked about it, and he says if he would be interested, the Blues would also have to be Mitch Marner. Robert Thomas, you were just talking about him. Marner, his old junior teammate. Obviously, he is going to cost quite a bit. Do you think there is any chance the Blues would go that deep into the pool?
I do. I know it sounds crazy. I know he's going to ask for a lot of money. I know that Doug Armstrong is not a big believer in paying one player the type of money that Mitch Marner is going to ask for. But also listen, it is Mitch Marner. He is that shooter type of player that this team, I think, needs. And, quite frankly, I think you have given yourself enough cushion to support that contract because of some of the other contracts, Tim, as we know, that Doug Armstrong has pulled off. Look at Robert Thomas and Jordan Kyrou's contract. I hope they're not listening and they get offended by this. This is a steal. This is an absolute steal. Robert Thomas is a big fan of the show. Don't say that. RT's a big fan of the show. We call him RT. But you signed these contracts a few years ago, and you're like, oh my gosh, $8 million per. Kyrou, he's got some speed. He can score some goals. But man, his defensive game is a little sluggish. And all of a sudden, you're looking just a couple years later, and we have a long runway of these guys on this $8 million kind of cap hit. It's already a steal. And it's going to be a steal even more and more each and every year. They're going to be. Robert Thomas is going to be arguably the most underpaid centerman in the National Hockey League in 4 years from now. So you look at how you've kind of cushioned those contracts. And I think that you have every right and reason to do that with Mitch Marner. Even look at our goaltender situation. With that tandem we have for the cap hit between both of those guys, there's goalies that have played in this league that make more than both of our goalies are making in a season. Carey Price, you look at some of these other names, Vasilevsky kind of type of players. So I think he's done very good with kind of managing these contracts where you're not paying some astronomical number, because when you do that, we've seen it, whether it be the Toronto Maple Leafs right now where they're at with paying almost half their cap hits between 3 or 4 guys. It's hard. It's very hard to win games. And you look at my good friend Sidney Crosby, another good friend. He making 8.7. It's one of the reasons why they've won so many championships, because you have to manage how much these superstars are making, because if you want to win at the end of the day, you can't be paying these players a lot of money. But my point is, yes, he's going to ask for a lot of money. I do think it's a realistic bet that they could still cushion it. because if you end up getting him here with the young core we have, I don't know, it'll be some special hockey.
Yeah.
Joe, you're taking two-parters, and it's got to be quick because we're up against it, traffic and weather.
Yeah, I got
on the
Jackson's 5-day forecast.
And NBA grooming. But two-parter. Who's watching the kids right now, real quick?
My mom is home watching the kids.
No, the kids at camp.
Oh, yeah.
That you're in charge of.
I was like, wow, that's kind of a personal question. You've been asking me a lot of personal questions. You're asking me all like travel the last few days. I'm like, are you in Edmonton? I'm like, no.
Martin really likes logistics, Joey.
Well, I like logistics. We don't have to go behind the curtain. I know you guys are maneuvering a little bit with radio and TV. It's fine. I was a little confused. I heard Cam, then I heard you. I like logistics. Don't worry about it. Part two, do you go to the fish fry at St. Peter's?
Absolutely.
There it is. I told Tim's kind of. I'm sorry, Tim. You sound like you're not really a fish fry guy. And
I drive by en route to picking up food somewhere in downtown Kirkwood, and I know to avoid around the school and church because the traffic jam. And Martin brought up a fish fry, and I go, "What in the hell's the deal with these fish fries?" And apparently, the fish fries are like Studio 54, and I had no idea.
Oh, Tim, get on that. To the fish fry. There's a line for a reason, big fella. Come on.
I thought people were getting fried fish, but apparently it's like a real scene. Do you bring the 3-year-old up there? Because then my 3-year-old can hang out with your 3-year-old.
Oh, it's the best. It's like a cult. First of all, it's like a cult following. Like people line up an hour before like they open because they want to get in line. Old people like bring it to go. It's a full blown thing. The food is okay. I'm not going to sit here and
not a live read. This is not a live read for the St. Peter fish fry.
We've taken out a couple today.
Yeah, well, all of women.
Exactly. I mean, it's not a dinner you're gonna find at Louis on Demand. Shout out Louis on Demand.
There's our payola. Matt McGuire
gets a shout out.
Yep.
I'm actually going to Wright's Tavern on Monday. So if you're around Monday and you're going to Wright's Tavern, buy me and my wife a drink.
Wow.
But no, it's not.
How come I didn't get the invite to Jackson's golf today and Joey's dinner at Wright's Tavern on Monday? I'm kind of offended by both these things.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I couldn't help you with the show.
I was a King Louis lemming back in the day.
Oh, that's where I used to have beverages. Back in the day, absolutely.
John McGuire, who wrote for the Post-Dispatch, would be over there. I'm sorry, I interrupted. I'm not on the same meds. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I never been to King Louis. I heard good things.
Back in the day, it was you were probably off at Northeastern or wherever the hell you played, or allegedly. I also said to Tim that the fish fry. He said, "What's the thing with the fish fry?" And I said, "It's just kind of a vehicle for drinking." Catholics
I didn't know that was the deal.
I don't do much drinking at the fish fry. I mean, I just eat a lot of shrimp and fish.
Okay.
I let the kids run around and. Yeah.
Not drinking at the fish fry. Get out of here. You're not even Catholic.
No, it's a full thing. People get my kids actually volunteer at it now, which is great because I just get them the hell out of the house, which is awesome. Like, hey, it's fish fry night. Like, come on, move on over.
Well, this has been a great call.
Yeah,
and I'm going to call Bob RT
and let him know
that we're on the inside.
Yeah, that we know, and we're going to let him know that he's underpaid per our source in the 8 o'clock hour. That's what we're going to tend to. Did Joey?
Oh my gosh!
Did Joey fall into the lake in Du Bois?
I was just looking in the window at the cafe. My group is still alive, so we're good.
Okay. But, what kind of hard scrabble camping? They're at a cafe, Tim.
A cafe.
You Kirkwood lightweights.
I did step away from breakfast. We're having like a soupy scrambled eggs mess over here. No, the food's actually been really good.
No, it didn't sound like it. It didn't sound like it.
Shout out, Du Bois, with your cafe here. Hopefully they should be a sponsor.
Who goes to a cafe when they're camping?
I said to the fellas, I go, boys, I got to take a work call. And this kid named William, William's good friend. He said, you talking hockey? I go, yeah, you doggone right I am. He goes, on TMA? I go, on TMA? He goes, I love that show. I go, that's right, that's what I'm talking about. So all the kids, they asked for a shout out. So
they got one.
Beaver Cabin, here's your shout out. Yep, there it is.
There are 6th graders who listen to this program.
Checking on their parents. I can't imagine that that's a healthy thing for a 6th grader to be listening to. But the Beaver Cabin wanted a shout out.
Yeah.
Beavers that are living in this cabin based off of the snacks and wrappers that are all in there right now. But I told them I give a shout out on TMA, the Beaver Cabin. of St. Peter has their shout out.
There it is.
Well, you
Beaver
did it
County.
again. I never think you can top the call from the week before, but you did it again.
Well, I do my best, guys, and this has been a nice little break from the chaos as well. So if you guys need someone at the 9 o'clock hour, give me a holler.
Okay, there you go. Maybe he's coming back. Joey Vitale from Camp Du Bois and their cafe. That's where he is right now. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, boys.
There he is. That's Joey Vitale.
Oh, no. Dave Hayes said play the buzzer. Oh, no. He almost got buzzed. Jackie hasn't gone to the buzzer today.
No, not
with Joe. Is that more for callers, I would say?
Yeah. People. If I call them, I'm not going to buzz them.
Yeah.
You know?
It's fair. What if we buzzed Robert Thomas during the, like an answer?
I don't think that would be well received.
No, it wouldn't.
That was one of the more unhinged calls I've ever heard.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Oh, I love it.
He is made for this program.
Absolutely.
If you have horrific ADD, you are made for this program. Joey Vitale is made for this program. And I love it. I follow the map every time.
How are we not sponsored by? Is it Vyvanse? It's the
Ask
liquid.
Jackson. He's on all this stuff.
Liquid, what did I take down in Florida when I thought I was having I thought I was having an Advil?
The Adderall. I don't think ADHD pharmaceuticals are really hurting for dollars. So I think sponsorship probably not in their wheelhouse.
Okay.
They're out.
Tim, I overheard that Fungo was calling it. Is this going to be more fish fry banter?
Holy crap. Is that right? I could absolutely see it, but we'll find out. We need a break. Fungo and all the other friends have gathered. 314-974-0101. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Well, some folks like to go camping with the kids on the weekend. Other people like to go down to Florida or Hilton Head, Las Vegas. I'm with you, and you can do that easily by going out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. FlyMidAmerica.com. That's the website. Check out all of the destinations where Allegiant Airlines heads, and almost always somewhere warm, somewhere fun. Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, going down to Florida. Whether it's the wintertime, spring break, summertime, plan a trip now. Do it online. You're going to save money with those Allegiant flights and also parking. Less than $10 a day. The convenience at Mid-America St. Louis Airport cannot be overstated. You park, go through the gate, walk in, all of a sudden you're there in 15 minutes from car to gate. That's unheard of these days when we're talking about travel. Fly Mid-America St. Louis's airport just across the river. Actually not too far away. Joey, he may need to get away after some of the camping that's going on down there. It is a great spot in Mascoutah, Illinois, an award-winning airport, and you can get out of town at a great price. FlyMidAmerica.com.
Oh, my. Chris Vernon, the pride of Parkway Central.
Scott Van Pelt is the truth. SPF 50 so that head won't burn. SPF 50 so that head won't burn. Scott Van Pelt in the boom. Scott Van Pelt in the boom. Scotty Shepherd 3 under. And that's what's going on at Augusta. Scotty Shepherd 3 under. Scotty Shepherd 3 under. Legs everywhere, but that ball don't straight. Legs everywhere, but that ball don't straight. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle.
What a wonderful tradition, Jackson.
One of my favorites.
It was outstanding yesterday.
Oh, the whole thing.
I played it a couple times. Oh, my goodness. My wife hates the Chris Vernon Augusta updates because I play it. My sons go wild.
I was going to say,
I go wild.
Your sons go crazy for that.
Oh, you better believe it. Yep. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle. I have released, Martin, a 4-star play. This is the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. Just sick returns for our investors over the years. A 4-star play on Justin Rose shooting over 72.5 today. He is your leader, and of course, he is so far 1 under par.
Perfect.
Yeah. So
right on brand.
Yeah, it is the brand. That is the Tam Avenue Capital Partners brand. He is 1 under, but just through 3. Most people are going to be able to birdie number 2. We'll see what happens here the rest of the way. And we'll see what Jay Delsing thinks. He's going to be in studio with us. Robert Thomas going to be with us. Joey Vitale was with us talking fish fries camp. And I think at one point he talked about the Blues. The Mitch Marner thought. How about that? What do you think about that? What if the Blues would get Mitch Marner? Is that even what percentage of likelihood that is?
It would be interesting to see Army pivot completely and say, now we're going for it. We had a little bit of a reset. Now we're going for it. We also saw Joey Vitale pivot from kids in 6th grade being pantsed to all of a sudden breaking down NHL potential free agents. It was a fascinating pivot.
We covered a lot of bases with Joey Vitale. If you missed anything, you can go back and podcast it. It's Schaefer Door Company, the sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. And also, Fisher Window and Door is the sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, which we are entering as we speak. Mark Hanna is online at evergreenstl.com. I cannot say it enough, and maybe even more so now here, considering the last week of volatility, to have a financial advisor, to have that peace of mind, to have that educated perspective, to have it for your short-term planning, but also your long-term planning. And it is not a one-size-fits-all plan. It's customized specifically to you, perhaps your family's goals, and then not just the now, but the later as well. It is one of my biggest regrets not having a financial advisor in my 20s and getting on the right track. The seventh wonder of the world, compound interest. Oh, my goodness, the things you can do with compound interest. Mark Hanna can get you on the right track. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program today as Doug Vaughn is vacationing in the Hamptons. He is with his family and his son, who plays hockey in there in Southern California. Doug will be out today and Monday and back in studio on Tuesday. You are welcome to email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:45. Jay Delsing in studio and 10 o'clock for a couple segments. And then we'll be joined by Robert Thomas from Seattle, where the Blues will try to halt the skid and increase their chances of going to the Stanley Cup playoffs and possibly, depending on what happens tonight between the Wild and Calgary, clinch a spot in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So there it is. But running parallel to all of that, Martin, Jackson's Cardinal Corner The old Cardinal Corner as Aaron Nola comes to town to take on Palante tonight in downtown St. Louis. And how about this, TMA listeners? You might have been listening, and maybe you've been listening since Martin and me and the cat and producer Joe got together in July of 2004. Or maybe you just started listening when we were here on 101 ESPN back in October, or anywhere in between. And you've heard the emails, and you go, I can't compete with Buck Swope. I can't compete with the JV golf coach. There's no way I can compete with the money that the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has. That's all fine. Today is a day where you have motivation, courtesy of the very wonderful and just named producer Joe Martin.
Generous parking executive.
That's correct, generous parking executive.
Likes that easy pass, which helps you park downtown.
What do we have today? Little Jackie Papers.
Oh, we got 4, count them, 4 tickets to the St. Louis Cardinals game this evening.
Section 137?
Section 137.
Martin, we're sitting pretty nice there, 137.
And, yeah, 137.
And a parking pass.
And a parking pass.
Courtesy of Easy Pass.
That's right.
Producer Joe said, hey, you guys want these for email of the day? And I said, you're damn right we do. So if you win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, yeah, usually the pride is enough. And I understand that. But what about now tickets for 4, field box seats, and a parking pass for you to take the family down there to see the Philadelphia Phillies take on the Youngry Birds. Nobody's playing better than the Youngry Birds. That's the prize for the email today, Mark.
Yeah, let's get some new voices involved.
That's what I'm saying. Here you go.
And if you win email of the day, you get 4 tickets plus the parking pass. Great parking pass there. If you don't win email of the day, then you text him directly. That's the way it kind of works around here. Or you can email him as well.
Right.
Directly. And complain.
Take your pick.
Complain about it. I'm looking for, hey, come on, Cards, Phillies. I love to see Bryce Harper in town. He always says he loves the Cardinal fans. Maybe a few less this time around. Sunday, you got Cards playing same time as the Battlehawks. City plays that night. They might score a goal. So it's all happening, Tim, Sunday. Downtown St. Louis. Saturday night, Jammer and Walt going head-to-head. Western Michigan, Boston U, and the Frozen Four Championship.
I was watching double overtime last night for Western Michigan and Denver. And then the producer for Spittin' Chicklets Papers
took a shot. Was it Grinelli?
Okay, what do we got here? You tell me what's doing here. I need to know what's doing.
So Martin mentioned this to me earlier in the show, and I looked it up and confirmed. Yeah, Mike Grinelli, who produces and is on Spittin' Chicklets, critical of St. Louis as the destination for the Frozen Four. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know, someone tweeted out the announced crowd of 18,000. To which he, quote, tweeted saying, legit, no shot, not even close, and then followed that tweet up with, whose idea was it to do a Frozen Four in St. Louis?
No, Martin, no. 20 years after we had the Final Four, we have the Frozen Four, and Mike Grinelli's not happy about it.
I don't care if Mike Grinelli's happy or not. Glad we got that Frozen Four.
I don't know.
I think he was complaining about the attendance because they said 16-8. And he said, there's no way. Now, I don't know when he tweeted that, and if we could probably look at a timeline.
Yep.
My guess, apparently coming to town, Western Michigan bought the most tickets. They're the most excited. They're not that far away. They'd never been to a Frozen Four. And I don't know this for a fact, but I'm wondering if they announced the attendance. And at that second game, which was it didn't start till like after 9, because the first game went to double OT. So I wonder if some of the Western Michigan people bailed. And then all of a sudden you got a building because you had 2 games, looked pretty full during that first game.
Well, your team loses, you get out. I know Western Michigan wound up winning.
So maybe the Denver fans are like, we're out of here. And then the Western Michigan fans are like, hey, let's go have some fun. We just want a big, I don't know.
I was planning on watching Texas Tech play UNC Wilmington. And once I saw Missouri lose to Drake, I said, all right, that'll do it. We're going to enjoy the nightlife in Wichita.
So that's my theory. I don't know when he was. So
sure. He tweeted out a picture of the arena and the crowd around it at 11:23 last.
Was he there?
Seems to be. Yes.
Maybe a Boston U fan. I have no idea, but he's from the Boston area. Boston U was playing. My point is, by 11:20, 11:30. So let's say you go to the Cardinal game, Tim. Let's say it's a sold out game, and then it goes 13 innings. And they announce the crowd in the 13th inning, you take a picture. I don't believe it. I'm just saying that timing to me could be part of the storyline. Don't know.
So See, my reaction to what you were telling us about during a commercial break, Martin, in this tweet was, what are we doing in St. Louis? Because if you look at the next few Frozen 4 locations, they're a little, different. One is coming up in Las Vegas next year. One is coming up in Washington, D.C., and then the next one is Chicago. You see what I'm saying?
Which are all smaller areas or less cosmopolitan. I thought, though, his tweet, if I looked at it, wasn't it around the attendance tweet that he was sort of chiming in?
Yes.
So that's when he chimed in. So I thought, and he may have just said St. Louis sucks in general, but it may have been what he was implying, but it was regarding a tweet about the attendance. And I'm saying at 11 o'clock at night, that's not the best barometer of the attendance, because I think a lot of the Western Michigan people left. Nonetheless, I'm glad it happened. God bless Mark Schreiber and the Sports Commission, because they've got to go around the country and sell St. Louis, and the people that live here like us do nothing but mock it. And then he's got to go out there and sell it to people on the outside. They said about 90% of the attendees are from out of town. So shout out to Maggie O's and the folks, Eddie McVeigh and company. I'm glad they got some foot traffic.
I'm an Eddie McVeigh.
But I don't know if he was mocking the attendance.
That's when he
tweeted it. So I felt like he was saying, what a crappy hockey town that doesn't even support the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
And that's not a clear indicator that late, because that second game started after 9 o'clock.
But I don't think the next 4 locations would necessarily be like, oh, those are like Las Vegas. I mean, would be considered a great hockey town? I know they've had instant success with VGK. My point being is that I think it's more of like, what the hell are we doing here? You know what I mean? Now, I know the NFL used to like dangle the carrot of Super Bowls for places that you didn't think necessarily would get Super Bowls. Detroit, Minnesota.
You build a stadium, you might just host.
I kind of get the sense that it's like, all right, we did that. We're not doing that again. It's January, February. We're not going there. Nothing against those cities, but the weather sucks. We're not doing that. We can do these things anywhere. We're going warm weather. I took it as crapping on St. Louis. I didn't take it as crapping on the attendance.
Right. It was attached. The tweet was attached to a tweet about the attendance.
F this guy. Who cares? St. Louis is awesome, and we all know it.
Yeah,
that's from Patrick and Immaculata. And Immaculata, I think, made our Mount Rushmore of wealthiest parishes.
Yeah, their fish fry, Tim, comes with Manhattans.
Ooh,
so
Bill.
You may want to swing by.
Bill. Hey, guys, do you want me to call into the show if I can offer a single loop trolley pass for that Peter Dork redeemable between 1 and 1:15 p.m. during the Caddy pool party? That's from Shooter McGavin. Martin, what does that mean?
I left my decoder ring in the lunchroom.
How many pan coins you got, bitch?
What about that?
Oh, that clears it up. It clears it up completely.
Brian Henschen, who covers the Colts, says, real talk, not having any Minnesota teams likely hurts. Attendance lagged in the previous rounds once they were eliminated too. That guy seems like a troll. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. Talk tonight, Mr. Martin. That's from Brian Henschen. You guys
We'll be talking tonight?
Yeah,
looking forward to that. I want to find out if this Anthony Richardson can hang on to the job. Cousin Nick has texted in. He lives in the Twin Cities. He said the only way to have the stands full at the Frozen Four is to always have it in Minnesota. State of hockey. I don't see the Gophers here, Cousin Nick.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving us Snugs a little early.
Yeah, Snipes is here, but other than that. Guys, it ain't that deep. A masshole chirping STL. Wow, how original. That's Sharon. She's in Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan in like 2 months of the year.
I agree. It's a little Boston. Taking a shot at our little town. I get it.
I was at the game last night. First game, Western Michigan and Denver filled the place. After Western Michigan won, both sets of fans mostly left. We heard a large group of Western Michigan's fans say everyone was meeting at Maggie O's. There you go, Eddie McVeigh.
The big winner. I'm going to text Eddie right now. The big winner. I've turned into Edmonds. I'll tell you who I'm texting. The big winner. Western Michigan was so excited. I was told that they bought up all these tickets, and if you play double overtime and it's 9 o'clock, you're like, let's go.
Yeah,
Do we need to?
Yeah.
So if you're a fan, you don't really need to sit and scout.
Plus, you want to celebrate and have yourself some nectar.
That's what I'm saying. Do you need to sit there and scout the next group?
Yeah.
It was after 9 o'clock when that game started. So and I don't know the Grinelli intention, although it seemed to be about attendance. Who cares?
Sharon, put the Franzia down. That's from Scissor Me Timbers.
Chillable red.
Go back and lay on the ceramic tile floor again, lady.
Quick trivia. Western Michigan is in what town in Michigan?
Kalamazoo.
Nice job, Martin.
Well, that was a tough one.
Sorry. Hey, listen, because the quick trivia. I said quick trivia.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Little Jackie Papers posing some questions regarding this weekend for the Cardinals and the state of the franchise. I'm looking forward to discussing this. That's next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action today, taking on the Philadelphia Phillies right here in St. Louis. 7:15 is the first pitch. Andre Palante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Is this Kimbra and Gautier?
Yeah.
Or is this Dochi?
Gautier. Not the OG, but I guess the second iteration of this rhythm. Because I think this was sampled from a 50s or 60s song. And then,
from a 50s song? What, Rock Around the Clock?
Sampled, I think.
Bill Haley, Martin?
Maybe 60s or 70s.
Beginning of Happy Days?
But then Dochi in 2020 then sampled it again.
I like this song a lot.
Oh, it's great.
Did he have any other hits?
I don't know, but I know this one's a banger.
So did Kimbra.
I don't remember Kimbra.
She kind of had those Oakville prom bangs.
Oakville prom bangs. Sounds like a text-in name.
Yeah. You can get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. You can call in and talk it over with Chairman Curtin. He'll decide whether or not you get on the air. I mean, he's the gatekeeper, 314-974-0101. He did let Joey Vitale on the line. And he was at a camp in Illinois, but he wasn't really sure where.
He was chaperoning, but yet the boys were at a cafe. What the hell kind of camping trip goes to a cafe?
That sounds like a Horton Watkins trip to me. Then I say that respectfully.
I definitely did like a 6th grade camp kind of thing, back in the day. I don't remember a cafe, but I certainly remember it was fun.
40 Legends?
Boys fighting over the shower?
No. I remember that not being an issue. It was a long time ago,
Yeah. Well, I still remember 40 Legends in the Square Dance.
What's 40 Legends? Is that
was a camp, baby.
Oh, okay.
Joey talked about Don Bosco. Martin, didn't you talk about a camp?
Ondesauk. That's in Southern Illinois.
So there you go.
We camped there.
Jackson camped at the 10th hole at St. Louis Country Club, I believe. That was where the camp out was.
Yeah, they love people sleeping outside at St. Louis Country Club.
We went to Camp
Right at
Ondesauk.
the halfway house.
And they had... it's not a cabin and it's not a shelter, but it was 3-sided. So if you had a cabin, so it was open, all the dads said, where the hell's the 4th side? Like what? So you had a little bit of protection, but not much. You would just freeze.
So delightful. Such a wonderful way to go through puberty.
Like, why are we doing this? And then you have the group meals, kind of like meatballs.
Yeah, or a cafe, as is the case for Joey's camp.
Yeah, and was it, Tim, was it Chase's dad who said screw it and went to McDonald's?
I think Chase's dad had enough.
And went to McDonald's.
I think he got himself an Egg McMuffin. Jackson, you got this Cardinal corner here on your Stiefel dossier here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Jay Delsing in studio for a portion of the 10 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas with us from Seattle coming up at 10:30. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. He's back in studio on Tuesday. Jackson, what's your question for Cardinals Corner?
Will this series against Philly be a true barometer for what the state of Cardinal attendance is? We have good weather, obviously a good opponent, some good pitching matchups. Obviously, the team's offense has looked pretty solid despite some rough pitching. Do you think that this weekend is like the true test of where the attendance will be?
No, it's still too early. Too early in the season.
I don't know, Martin.
You got the Masters going on.
I mean,
you're saying because it's the Phillies and we got better weather.
Yeah, you got a day game on both Saturday and Sunday with a high of 63 tomorrow and sunny, high of 77 and sunny on Sunday.
But you're saying this is the litmus test of whether they'll draw at all this season?
No. Where it is right now. If you have, and it won't be comparable to the Twins or Angels situations. It can't. I mean, if it is, holy crap. I mean, that's I don't know how that wouldn't be the lead on Monday if you had crowds comparable to that. And for the record, those were record-setting by a significant percentage. So if the ballpark looks like it did for that day game against the Angels, or even the night games for that matter, on Saturday and Sunday, that would be a revelation. I think there are plenty of people who are like, the team's not very good, but it's going to be beautiful. Let's go to the game on Saturday or Sunday. Blues are playing in Seattle. Let's enjoy it. So if it looks like it did, that's what I'm. That's where I'm coming. I'm not saying this is indicative of what it's going to look like in May, June, and July. But if it looks like that, then I'll go, holy crap, because you can't use the weather as an excuse. You can't use the opponent as an excuse. You can't use the game time, kids being in school as an excuse. This is something to keep an eye on. Tomorrow and Saturday a little bit more so. Today is. I feel like the weather is trending in an odd direction today, although it's supposed to be, sunny by game time. It's still going to be 55 degrees, and so it's not like it's going to be great. But during the day tomorrow and Sunday, it's going to be optimal.
Maybe they'll use the fish fry factor. A lot of people
see it as a fish fry thing.
So a lot of people didn't make it down on Friday. Jackson's golfing also cut into the attendance number a little bit.
Yeah, by at least a value.
I'd say Saturday, Sunday, you've got nice weather. It's the Phillies. If it's very scarce, then that is really telling. I'm not talking about a full building, but I think later in the summer when it warms up even more and it is summertime, if people are just largely avoiding it, that would be even more jarring than an early season series. But I would think it'd be decent, but not.
No, I know it's tough because there are numbers that are announced, and then there's the real number, and we don't know what the real number is.
So visually, I'm saying, visually, they can say it's 20,000 sold, but if there's like 8 or 9, it's like, wow, it's jarring when you see that. I feel like this weekend it'll be okay visually because of those factors, because it's the weekend. It seems like there's some tickets flying around, whether it's generous parking executive Joe Pelusi.
The prize, 4 box seats for tonight's game with a parking pass for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, so send yours in.
Dan Jansen has a couple extra champion club seats.
Yeah, and Jackson rejected him. This fake golf round.
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea, but I feel like it'll be okay. Not the first series that was jarring. Looking at it was kind of like the Padres announcers last year saying, whoa, what's going on here?
Jackson, what do you think is going to happen this weekend?
I tend to think kind of where Martin's going, where it's like, it's okay. It's not anything that's going to be like, okay, this is a real issue, but it's not going to be like, oh, look at this. Look at that, but I mean, when you look at the numbers, and I mean, obviously the record is what it is, and the pitching is obviously very frustrating. But in terms of enjoyable ball games, like the offense, especially at home, has been there. The team is second overall in batting average, second overall in slugging. It's been pretty good, like they hit the ball. I don't know.
I would expect tomorrow and Saturday to look much different than what we saw for the first 6 games, with the exception of the opener being a unique set of circumstances, being the opener. And if it's not, and by that I mean improved, then that will really be eye-opening. And I realize you got City and Battlehawks playing, but if that's empty on Sunday, Zach Wheeler pitching, in the Phillies, that would be something else. But they left town 4-2, and they come back and they're flopping around after a 1-5 road trip, and kind of back of mind for sports fans at this moment in the area. So I'll be super interested to see what it looks like tonight, but even more so tomorrow and Sunday. Martin, you wanted to hear from Fungo, and he is on the Callier and Thompson phone line.
Is this a banner update, or is this a fish fry update?
I'm intrigued to find out what we got. Good morning, Fungo.
Well, Tim, how are you?
Wonderful. How are you? Fine, sir.
Doing fine, thank you very much. Sitting here at the desk watching the live show of the Masters being played.
Now, what do you think? Justin Rose with a bogey just now on number 5, and he drops down to 7 under par.
Yes, but I'm amazed that he's up there. So who knows? It's going to be a great weekend watching golf. Yeah. But I'm going to talk about fish fry, and yes, maybe some banners too.
We'll get to the Masters.
We'll wait for Delsing in the meantime, fish fry.
But here's the thing. Tonight at St. Gabriel's, we're going to have our annual Backstoppers Friday, where we're going to ask for donations for that wonderful organization. So all the patrons can donate and enjoy a wonderful meal. We are rated usually up in the top 3 by all the groups that come in, so you'll get a great meal there.
Who does the ratings?
Is that a Zagat thing?
Actually, it's there's groups of people that go from fish fry to fish fry.
Oh, Michelin.
Yes, so they come out and they rate us.
Michelin fish fry.
They rate us high all the time. Well, it's actually No, Goodyear. Not Michelin's. But
yes.
Yeah, but
ruin me.
From 4 to 7 tonight at St. Gabriel's, 6303 Nottingham.
He's doing a spot.
Yeah.
Well, of course I am.
We're going
As long as I was on hold, I'm going to get all the time I can get here.
We're going to need to. Jimmy, we're going to have to build.
We do have other people who are on hold. Another, Fungo. Cal texted me and he said, he texted and said, I never have to wait on hold for McGraw's show. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow. Similar audience.
Well, listen, how about a banner update? 2 more this year.
Yes, Martin. Yes, 2 more banners.
The 7th grade boys and girls each won their selective divisions in the City County Championship. But and if I could, say this, because we lost a great resident not too long ago, Brian McKernan.
Amen.
And one of the last loves that he did for the kids of St. Gabriel's was when the parade went by, both teams went by his house. He was up there in the balcony waving, cheering, and playing We Are the Champions.
How about that?
That's cool.
That's outstanding.
Right
there on Nottingham, Martin.
Right next door.
Yep.
2 doors down, yes, never drive by or walk by without looking up there and trying to see if he's still there.
Well, I saw what Live Like Brian is over his apartment balcony. I was over at my parents' house a few days ago and drove by there. The mannequin's still up there, Manny.
Yes, he is.
Yep. Big loss. I was talking with his cousin who called in, Fungo, and I think a lot of our listeners will be interested in this. We are going to have a Brian McKernan tie-in to the Dotem for this upcoming edition of the Dotem. So that's
Is that right?
Yes,
nice.
Indeed. So that when we announce the Dotem, I guess we're doing that a week from Monday. That will be a tie-in for it. I was actually texting with Cal about that. So yes, I think the tributes that have come in to Brian, and in particular the way he lived his life after his cancer diagnosis, which is just incredible. It's superhuman, I think, and all that he dealt with. It wasn't, a cancer diagnosis is brutal in and of itself, but what he went through and how many times he had to fight it is a tribute to the way he lived his life, and how many people have expressed just heartbreak over his passing is a tribute to the number of people he impacted. So he and his family and everybody in the neighborhood certainly very proud of the man he was. You're exactly right.
I'll tell you a little story. I'm walking the park a few years ago, and I noticed he was on his front lawn. I'm trying to figure out what's he doing. So the next time I came by, he's got a huge bed sheet saying, "Ladies, come by. Come on by and grab some clothes. My wife didn't come home again for the 2nd time, so I'm getting rid of everything." So needless to say, after I got done with my 2nd round, I walked over and I was start talking to him. He says, "Fungo, I've had it." I go, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm getting rid of her stuff. Lo and behold, she pulls up. He says, "You stay here in case something happens." Well, words that George Carlin couldn't even say on TV were being blasted around that morning. And needless to say, she wasn't a very happy camper.
She wasn't? Well, I thought he wasn't.
Well, he wasn't either.
Okay.
But I think as her stuff was flying through the air, that may have led to her displeasure.
Yeah, but I thought that the story hasn't been told on the radio before, I don't believe. But since Fungo's, that's a famed story in the 63109.
Oh yes, go down in the annals of history of St. Gabriel. Well, listen, always a pleasure. Tonight, 4 to 7, St. Gabriel. Friday, best fish in town.
There it is. Thank you. According to Michelin. Thank you, Fungo. There's Fungo. Very unhappy with how long he was on hold.
So Fungo complained, and Cal said he doesn't have to wait.
Cal represents Fungo like Boris represents people.
Okay.
And he texted me and said, "Fungo's complaining." He said, quote, "I'm never on hold for McGraw's show." Wow.
Well, sorry, pal.
Yeah, we've got Joey Vitale going.
Is McGraw breaking down fish fries and the Masters simultaneously?
Thank you. And giving 4-star plays on Justin Rose shooting over 72.5. And now he is even par. So
McGraw has a little bit of the Seinfeld too. So what's the deal with fish fries? And I mean, he's got batter and beer, but what is? And then Fungo would call in and explain it,
and he'd be on the air instantaneously, apparently. All right, let's see what we got. We got Jay Delsing in studio, 10 o'clock. We got Robert Thomas joining us from Seattle at 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, 10:45. There is your Stiefel dossier on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Best thing you can do is download that Schnucks app because you know you're going to go and buy groceries. And if you do so, make sure you're getting points back to you, saving money, and getting rewarded all at the same time. Double points days, they'll let you know about that. Digital coupons, that's all in your app. You can also use it to order curbside or delivery, all of it with that Schnucks Rewards app. And in there, you get in and search for items, not sure what aisle something is in. You can use it for that as well. Neighborhood-friendly Schnucks. We told you all about the reduced prices they've done in 2025, trying to help you save money, but add a little convenience to all of that by having the Schnucks Rewards app. You're paying yourself back every time you shop. I've heard some people that say at the end of the year, they just stack those points all year, then they'll buy all of their Christmas groceries at one time with the rewards money. It's unbelievable. They'll also send you treats on your birthday, all of it part of being a member there with the rewards app. Get started today. Download the Schnucks Rewards app.
Oh, my. River Phoenix. Will Wheaton. The Leeches.
Jerry
Great
O'Connell.
Corey Feldman and Jerry O'Connell. Oh, there's Kiefer Sutherland. Fun.
Ben E.
King. Yeah.
Not Benny.
That's right.
Directed by the great Rob Reiner. Son of
Meathead?
Carl. What's up?
I like when Jack says, "What's up?"
Written by Stephen King.
Yes, the short story of a different name. I think it's like You Want to See a Dead Body or something.
Just a prolific writer. I mean, like all the things he has put out there. No, I said Rob Reiner, a.k.a. Meathead. Right?
That's correct, but I don't know if that's resonating with Jackson, born in 1998.
Going way back. All in the Family, Archie Bunker.
I'll watch old movies.
A show that could not air in 2025.
I've heard about Archie Bunker.
Norman Lear work.
I'll watch a lot of old movies, but old sitcoms. Seinfeld's about as old as I'll go back.
Archie Bunker was, in its day, risque.
Oh, you better believe it. Was it considered in its day?
I think so.
It couldn't get on the air in 2025.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is odd, but I would imagine people agree with me on that. I realize I'm speaking to, people that are got to be in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s on this, but yeah. I don't
Fungo, call back.
Yeah, Fungo back in if you could and update us on the fish fry at St. Gabriel. Lisa says, LOL, Tim, amen. So Lisa, and she's a gem, am I correct on that?
Yes, absolutely.
She says that is correct. Let's see, we got Jay Delsing in studio here at 10 o'clock. Robert Thomas with us, 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug is vacationing in the Hamptons. He is out today and Monday. He is back on Tuesday. And Doug would love this story because he really does not like the snootiness of Augusta National. Well, an amateur who actually played with Scheffler yesterday, right?
Yep. And Adam Scott, right?
Had this little anecdote from yesterday. He had to use the Little Wizard's room, Martin, but there was no Little Wizard's room for him to use, and so he found the creek on number 13 at Augusta National. Here is Jose Luis Ballester of Arizona State, an amateur, being asked about the situation. I thought you had the audio. I apologize. I saw it in the dossier, and I thought that was audio. Jackson does not have the audio.
I didn't
Jackson
know there was.
does not have the... Yeah, I saw it. I apologize.
Well,
that's on me. No. No.
Just play Porta Potty Guy.
Similar. Hold on, I bet I can find it real quick.
I did read where they
I watched the press conference.
I read where
why are they interviewing this guy? They're not asking him about his game or playing with Scheffler. They're asking him about peeing in the creek on 13.
It does seem a little unmasters-like, and I guess it was pointed out to him that there was a porta potty or a restroom near the tee, but he just didn't see it.
Yeah, it was his first, full round there, non-practice round. Jackson now has the audio. Here you go.
What happened there? Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box. Oh, okay. 13th tee. Yes, correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go, and since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like really loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or I mean, obviously they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. They saw me. Yeah. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me, so if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
Oh, look at that. Doubling it down on taking a leak.
Wait till Chairman Ridley sends him a letter.
I was going to say, like...
in his mailbox, waiting for him, but he gets off the 18th green.
Like, imagine being a fly on the wall when some official comes up to Chairman Ridley or the board and is like, hey, this amateur... who's playing in a pretty big group, just took a leak into Race Creek.
With the defending champion.
And Justin Thomas.
Yeah.
Those
that was Thomas.
Not Adam Scott, sorry, my apologies. He just took a leak into Race Creek.
Well, that's Race Creek. We don't urinate in
And then they show him a picture
Creek.
of him, and he's got his Arizona State upside-down font text hat. Probably is not going to play well.
Did he catch hell for the hat? Because the hat was one of those things where the name is upside down. You won't see those around in a year or two.
You're right. Yeah, that's a big trend thing. Like the shutter shades. You remember the
Martin
Kanye,
shutter shades.
2010 Kanye West would wear them they had like bars on the sunglasses. That didn't last long, and I assume the hats, the thing is similar. I can imagine like from fans or people online, but I don't know if after Jason Day and what he would wear last year from our friends at Malbon, probably everything's a little bit better than that.
Timmy was getting railed on Twitter for his hat for sure. That's from Cold Meatloaf.
I like Cold Meatloaf.
I'm kind of surprised if you're a golfer, even from Spain, but plays in the U.S., obviously at Arizona State, that you wouldn't have a little bit of knowledge of like Masters decor, like really anywhere. If you're an Old Warson and your buddy has you, you'd probably like, I probably shouldn't take a leak in the creek.
Yeah, if you're like a guest somewhere, definitely.
I mean, you're not playing a miniature golf.
I got a live situation with my 7-year-old because he's been going out with me playing, dating back to like when he was 2, and he would just ride with me. And, once he's finally out of the diaper industry, Martin, what age are you out of the diaper industry? Because I got a 3-year-old and I'm kind of giving him some crap like, hey, it's time here, brother, but he's really not, we're not at a point where we can have a good conversation, a good man-to-man talk because it's a little one-sided, kind of like the right side of my skull. I'm trying to say, hey, it's time to get it. It's like the whoopee and Mr. Mom. We got to leave the whoopee behind. It's time to leave the diapers behind. Is 3 the right age for boys?
I'm terrible at this because I feel like years later the wives will always remember like, oh, well, Billy didn't get out of diapers till he was 6. And then Billy's like, I'm 40, Mom. I'm right here. Embarrassing. I think you're in a transition era, though. Like, it's time to maybe
starting to trend,
push him in that direction.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe shame him. That's always good.
Well, so what you do is you bring him up on your show. So at this point, my son's probably 4, and he's going, I got to go to the bathroom. We're like on the 14th hole. And of course, I'm like 7 or 8 under. And I go, there's a tree right there, brother. And he goes, what? And I go, any tree is a restroom on a golf course. And I feel really confident in that statement. And so now, because of what I taught him at 4, even in plain sight of like a clubhouse, he now, at the age of 7, is much like this amateur at Augusta, using it as his facility. And that includes when there are people like when he's playing and there are like family members out there watching him play. And the next thing I know, I go, where is my son? And of course, he's over at a tree fertilizing it. Mm-hmm. And so that means I guess I got to have another talk now a few years later about the comfort level and picking your spots with the foliage.
That's the key. It's picking spots.
And what if he says he doesn't use the porta potty because Daddy plays that creepy audio on his show,
right?
And now he can't use the porta.
I'd be honored.
I think 1st or 2nd grade, Carson got in trouble at grade school because at recess he took a leak like on the playground, and so the principal called him in and he said, "My dad does it." And I said, "Oh my God, what are you?" He said, "I've seen you pee out in the backyard." I'm like, "Oh, what when?"
Yeah.
It is a backyard.
It's a big pick your spot, and then coverage is also key. If you can get 3 angles of coverage where you're not having like your buddy block you out, you're in a good place.
Well, the Masters, nobody has a phone. Otherwise, this would have been all over the internet.
Goodness, yeah, you better believe it. I don't care what course I'm at, and I've played some very nice ones. I will pee anywhere, anytime. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Yeah, I think it's a definite pick your spot because you can do it without basically anyone knowing, and then there's times where you do it where you're like, okay, now you're just like showing off.
Like your size?
Or just like your carefree,
laissez-faire attitude.
Cavalier attitude about the whole thing.
Martin, you would say Rich Gould is a friend of the program?
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident probably not a listener of the program, though, especially with the Masters going on as we speak.
Well, it's what's going on, Junior.
I believe the U.S. Senior Open was coming through town 2004. And I think Peter Jacobsen might have won it. And we got to do that thing where they let the media play Belle Reve, which was, of course, a great way to get the media to cover the media day. And I got to play with Rich, and I think we were on number 8 or number 9, and he didn't even go over to the foliage. He found the fairway, and that's where he was going to...
See, that's a prime example of picking your spots, probably on the other end.
Relieve himself.
Very comfortable. I think when I first started, Pete Peterson said that. He had played Boone Valley with Rich. He said, we're walking down the 10th fairway because I was talking to him. I turned around, he's taking a leak.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't need to announce it, but walking away, preferably wooded areas, maybe not into bodies of water. But, Do what you got to do.
each his own.
I was always taught the world is our toilet.
Weighed in because Tim, outrage on social media.
There was outrage on social media?
Well, 2 people tweeted and weren't happy. I wonder if the Masties will chime in on the whip.
I mean, with an amateur, like, what? I don't know. Like, probably just tell him don't do that again.
Gary McCord got banned for his comments on CBS. Now we got a guy taking a leak. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm demanding action.
Thank you. I would hope you would. We'll use my burner accounts to see if I can get him removed from the field.
I'm just surprised he wouldn't know, like, it's the Masters. Right. Probably not supposed to do this. Well, let me look around. Oh, there's a restroom. And I guarantee it's not a porta potty at the Masters. It's probably one of those where they back it in. It's a real
trailer
nice
situation.
Trailer.
Yeah. It's luxurious. Justin Rose is your leader. He is through 6. He is even today, 7 under for the tournament. Here comes Bryson. I was surprised that there wasn't more Bryson buzz going into this. I put him all over my daily fantasy rosters. And then he wound up getting owned by 15% of the field, which was higher than the projections, but still not as much as I would have thought based on his performances at the last 2 American majors. He is now 1 under for the day, 4 under for the tournament, and tied with Ludwig Oberg at 4 under par. Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler also at 4 under, not on the golf course yet. Sung J M is 2 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament. And Rory McIlroy, who had a debacle of a 15th hole yesterday and was coasting along until then, and then he doubled number 17 as well. He is 1 under for the day, 1 under for the tournament, so 6 back of Rose, and the Tam Avenue Capital Partners have released a 4-star play that Rose will shoot over 72.5 today. So if you can live bet it, roll with me, roll into incredible net worth and your home in Huntley. That's what we're doing here on this program. We make picks, you make money. We make picks, you make money.
72.5, is that
right?
them?
That's right.
So I'm going
I just need him to shoot 1 over the rest of the way, Martin. I'm a little worried. 13, 15, those can be birdie factories. But he's still got to deal with some tough golf holes. And number 8, probably a birdie. But I feel good about it. He's led the tournament like 6 times, and then he tends to fold up in the second round. So that's the reasoning for
history tells us.
That's where I am on it.
And the other thing was your guy Justin Ray, the stat.
Yes, he's on the Tim McKernan Show podcast this week.
That the 19 of the last 20 winners were like within 4 or 5
strokes
shots
after day one.
After day one.
So that eliminates a lot of people.
So that means the field is basically, 5-6 golfers?
Yes.
If those stats hold up, there's always,
I would not rule out Rory mounting a charge at all. He was actually 4th odds to win after last night. I'm like, oh, good. I'm going to get some good odds on Rory. And he was only plus 1,200. I'm like, that isn't good enough considering he's 7 back. But as they were talking about last night following the round, I think it was on ESPN, might have been Van Pelt, Justin Rose, nothing against him, but the likelihood of him still being at the top of the leaderboard on Sunday, it's not really all that high. It can happen. He finished second to Sergio in 2017. It can happen. It's just unlikely with Scheffler being where he is. So if Rory McIlroy's sitting there going, okay, I'm only 4 back of Scheffler, I'm still in this tournament, even though I finished 4 over to finish my last 4 holes. So that's where I would be. I'll be curious what Jay Delsing says. He's going to be with us at 10 o'clock in studio. Also, he has a brand new book. I can't wait to talk about that with him. Robert Thomas, really looking forward to his perspective. He is going to join us at 10:30, and then we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. That is Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. If you're going to be out this weekend, enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn on vacation, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Jay Delsing in studio, Robert Thomas coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Aesthetic design and build is who I would reach out to right now to get my outdoor living space ready to go. for the warm weather months. I've gotten to know Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build, and I've checked out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Really impressive, but what I want to focus on is this. The custom work they do specifically for decks can really change your outdoor living experience, and that is what they specialize in. It is Aesthetic Design and Build. AestheticDesignandBuild.com. You can give them a call, 636-532-5008, 636-532-5008, or check them out online at AestheticDesignandBuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at AestheticDesignandBuild.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. But if you're watching, you'll notice that Jay Delsing has just popped up on the YouTube channel, and he is going to be our guest coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. So we're looking forward to talking it over with you. And we're sitting here talking Masters and watching it as we speak.
I mean, I love this. Is like a bona fide man cave. We got Martin over here. This is awesome, you guys. Thanks for having me.
Can't wait to talk about it. And you've got a book coming out, which I'm looking forward to discussing with you. And Martin, you guys just talked about it for the 2 Fox. I'm holding it up on YouTube for those of you in the YouTube chat right now, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, and let the audience know where they can get that and how, and it's going to be perfect for Father's Day, too.
Yeah, thanks. You can get it at mascotbooks.com. You can go to my site, jdelsinggolf.com. Scoops with Danny Mackey's got it over there as well. Amazon you can pre-order it on Amazon, but it's kind of a cluster over there, and they'll send it to you in June sometime. But yeah, it's a totally new experience, man. Writing a book and putting down some of these stories that happened to you. And, it was a slog. It was fun. My buddy Will Salisbury's just a great guy, and he helped me with this thing. So I would have never, ever, ever done it without him.
You would have done it without having a guy to help the cause?
He asked me for probably 2 years. And I'm like, dude, stop. Nobody's going to read this thing. And he's like, they will. It's fun. So we'll see.
Well, I am looking forward to talking about it with you. Also getting your perspective on the Masters as day 2 is underway. And we'll be talking over and already getting questions to talk with you about in the text inbox. I don't know if they're 2-parters yet, but hey, they might be coming in. 314-399-9646. Robert Thomas is going to be with us at the bottom of the hour. Then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. So we'll be spending a half hour here with Jay Delsing. Coming up next in the 10 o'clock hour, this is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Taking a look at the leaderboard at Augusta, Justin Rose in the lead at 7 under, Ludwig Oberg at 5 under par, and then Bryson DeChambeau, Corey Connors, and Scotty Scheffler all at 4 under. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And it is our pleasure to welcome into the show, ladies and gentlemen, the great Jay Delsing.
Oh, yeah. Everybody clap. Thanks.
You've never heard a gallery like this, have you?
I had to bring my daughters with me to get that the applause when I played. That is for sure. You know, when Tiger had the gallery move that, 2,000-pound rock.
Oh, yeah, at Arizona,
was a loose impediment. Wouldn't happen for 80% of the guys on tour because we didn't have enough people following us.
I can't believe we were just BSing off the air while we're watching coverage here from Augusta. And I've been saying to the audience throughout the course of the show, my play today is Justin Rose over 72.5. And little did I know that you picked Justin Rose.
I did. I just said, I know. You know, picking golf, I'm probably 3 for 5,000. You know, it's so hard to win. But I just had this feeling that, he's been playing. He's had some. He just flies up the leaderboard and has good events, and then he'll take a couple of weeks where he shoots 77s. Right. And I don't know. He's had 2 runner-up finishes there, and he should have won.
In 17 when Sergio won. What was the other one? I'm sorry.
I don't know the year, but I suck at it because a golf historian like Ben Crenshaw would not talk to me because he's got it all figured out and I don't.
So when I said to you, I'm like, does this look like it's inevitable Scheffler, which is how I feel it is going, and I wouldn't mind seeing that, but I hope he doesn't run off and hide and win by 4 strokes. You're like, well, I picked Justin Rose. I go, oh my goodness, you're one of you'd be a handful.
But it does. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they don't give any trophies out after day 1, 2, or 3. So
I can get you a live bet with my high school bookie right now if you need it.
I like it. I've actually got my high school bookie on speed dial too. That's kind of easy. I'm like, I'm not taking it at that number.
It's the same guy probably.
Yeah, it probably is.
Too many classes with
several aliases.
Coach Mimlitz is like, here's the thing, kid. If you don't get into law school, I got another line of work for you.
Coach Mimlitz, holy smokes.
Jay Delsing with us here, and the listeners are sending in questions here on the program. You're welcome to 314-399-9646. I will open the question up as wide as possible as Justin Rose is hitting his 3rd shot on number 8. Usually a good opportunity for a birdie on that par 5. Open-ended, biggest takeaway from what you saw on day 1 and anything that stands out so far as we are in the early portions of day 2.
You know what, guys? The scars that Rory McIlroy has have to be so deep because what he did on the last 4 holes just doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, I can't even express to you how good he is. I mean, he drives the ball better than anybody out there. That's saying a lot. We got some beefy boys out there that just launch it, but don't have the rest of their game. He's got everything. Mm-hmm. He's got everything. But to watch him, on 15, where he left his 2nd shot, it's a perfect spot. I mean, you may not get it up and down tee, but you're definitely not going to hit it in water. Mm-hmm. And as soon as he hit the shot, it was like, oh man. So I was telling you off air that I was texting with Brad Faxon, who's been a buddy of mine, and he's part of the book, and he said,
he works with Rory.
He works with Rory on his putting, and I think a little bit of the short. So Fax was just brilliant with his wedge around the green because Fax really couldn't hit it. He hit it all over the place, but he won 8 times, and his putting was just ridiculous. And he said, he hit that pitch, and as soon as he hit it, he knew it was gone. And it's hard to tell on TV, but where he landed it without seeing that big check on the 1st or 2nd bounce there, Tim. Yeah, that was brutal. And then nobody gets that thing up and down from that. I actually thought he might hit it again from the same spot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because he might be able to save a stroke that way. So one of the things, and then to do what he did on 17 is just more of the same, where there's something that happens to you when you lose your focus or you lose that, whatever that little edge is that you feel like some days it just won't come back. And you see it in other sports, where the momentum shifts and you're like, man, if there's enough time in this game, these guys are going to lose.
The double bogey on 17 was a byproduct of the debacle on 15. Would you agree?
Had to be.
So mental.
Because, I'm just not sure. The miss is long on 17, 100%, but he missed it 30 yards or so long. That's, so it's the wrong club. And, he's got Harry there. It's not like Harry's out of his mind or doesn't know what he's doing. And, I know golf is hard, but, boy, you just wouldn't think of somebody with it. Like Tim, we're not seeing Tiger do that. You know what I mean? And any part of his stage of his, even today, he'd missed his third shot short on 15 and probably take 2 putt. I read something interesting about Phil Mickelson, who's won there 3 times. The great Bob Charles from New Zealand's left-hander said no left-hander will ever play well at Augusta. Well, Mickelson's proven that wrong. Mike Weir, Bubba Watson, those guys have all done green jackets. But Mickelson said, I started figuring out I could win once I realized making a par on 15 is okay. And maybe Rory was trying to get too cute with it. I just don't know. I'm not inside his head. But from a player standpoint, the only place you don't hit that third shot is long. Unless he hit it thin,
Hit it. But with 2 groups earlier, we had seen Cantlay go in the water twice from that literal exact location.
Yeah.
And I realized Rory may have been completely oblivious to that, but that's why I was watching that and going, God, if he goes aggressive at this, he's going in the water. Plus, that green was so firm. It's a new green.
Yeah, and he's 4 under par for the championship. That's not the place where you get aggressive. If he can leave it 10 feet above the hole, you might slop that. You might slop that in, or you're going to make the worst. You're going to make us par. So, and it's really easy from your couch.
Of course,
it's really easy from your couch. I've made so few bogeys from my couch, man. And you put a club in my hand, and it's a disaster.
But isn't Scotty Scheffler part of his game that he doesn't take risk, or that he's kind of manages, he just stays smart about it?
He does. And the funny thing is, Jack Nicklaus sought Rory out last week, and they had lunch, and they went over the entire golf course. And Jack said, you got it. This is exactly how I do it. And then he gets out there. But, guys, it's about execution as well. And the thing is, I love the short game. I understand the short game probably better than any other part of my golf game. There's no, I could go out there right now and go, there's one place this thing's not going, and I'm not gonna make bogey. I'm gonna get it up there, maybe leave it 10 feet short of the hole, but I will be able to 2-putt that thing.
And that blew him up yesterday. I still think there is a chance he can get it back, but he really put himself in quite a spot because historically, Martin, you were citing that statistic that I think it is 18 of the last 19 winners have been within 4 strokes after day 1, and that really does limit the field. Justin Rose did birdie number 8. That is kind of expected on a day where conditions are favorable, and today would certainly be that category. So Rose is now back to 8 under, and he leads Oberg by 3. Scheffler still yet to tee off. He will be teeing off in a couple of hours. DeChambeau at 4 under along with Corey Connors as well. McIlroy is out on the golf course, and he is at 1 under par through 4 holes, and that means he is 1 under for the tournament. Jay has this brand new book. You wouldn't believe me if I told you it'll be a perfect Father's Day gift, and we want to talk about the details of the book. It's his life story in the game and growing up on the north side here in St. Louis. That's coming up next. Robert Thomas is going to join us coming up at 10:30. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Doug Vaughn here for Collier & Thompson, your go-to source for every design consideration. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job they do during the process. They are always available for you in case you need to make any changes. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in all the work that they produce. Collier & Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. everything. May cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. In short, you can simply trust Kyron Thompson to do the job right. They've been in business in St. Louis since the 1950s, a combined 165 years of experience between all their employees. The owners there, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, will take great care of you. Kyron Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at KyronThompson.com.
It is TMA 101 ESPN. Jay Delsing in studio with us here for another segment. Then Robert Thomas joining us. That's coming up on the Stiefel Dossier 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing back on Tuesday. Jay Delsing in studio. The name of the book, Scratch Alex, just sent the text. What's the name of the book again? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I'll hold it up on the YouTube channel. I cannot wait. I might go through this thing this weekend. I can't wait to read this thing.
So I just got to tell you, the premise of the book, you have young children, and
Yes.
you sit there and read the boys a story where you are given those pictures where like, okay, guys, like look at these things and there's one thing that doesn't belong. You got like a chair and an elephant and and that's kind of how it is in the book, because I'm with these people and I'm like, dude, how are you there? And why are you there? And it's just
Which essentially is the premise is I'm a guy from the north side of St. Louis, and now I'm with named everybody that people would recognize.
I'm kicking your coverage,
Right.
T. It's like, that's, I was 18 and Sean Connery in 1979. Now, this is James Bond. He taps me on the shoulder and asks me to play 9 holes of golf with him. And I'm like, sir, I'm not, I'm standing on the putting green at Bel Air, and I've been in L.A. for a month. My parents, I was telling Martin, I got my golf clubs, I got a suitcase about this big, and I got a pair of golf shoes and one other pair of shoes. And off I go to L.A., and I don't know one person. In the L.A. airports, it's terrifying. Yeah. There's no English being spoken, and people are running around. And some assistant coach picks me up and drops me off. So the home was on the 9th tee at Bel Air Country Club. It's Lana Turner's old home, Tim, and it's, I don't know, my house, I had 3 older sisters, younger brother. My mom and dad, we had 1 bathroom. And this house was as big as our studio.
It's like Caddyshack opening scene.
Yeah, so she's gone. I get a key and a list of instructions about feeding the dogs and stuff, and she'll be back. And I'm like, what? Yeah, so
you were in Lana Turner's house?
Yeah, it was crazy. So the woman
Still
that owned
an
the
80s
house
Rolodex.
was Mrs. McCulloch. Her husband invented the chainsaw, Robert McCulloch.
Oh, yeah.
He also bought the London Bridge and moved it to, of course did, and put it in his marina in Lake Havasu, Arizona. So, Sean Connery, we playing it. Man crush. I am in love. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is gold. I'm thinking about Goldfinger and all the different. And he's carrying his bag. The two of us are walking around carrying his bag, and I'm puppy-ish, and I'm in love for sure. And I tell him, like, man, I don't want this day to end. I think we should play the back 9. Tim, he goes, well, Jay, it's so dark I can barely see my ball now. I said, yeah, I know. I don't want to leave. And he's like, well, why don't you come up and have a beer with me? And I'm like, I'm 18. I'm like, let's go. So we go. Have you played Bel Air before?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's absolute bucket list.
And you asked if they had Bush beer, didn't you?
I go, do you have Natty Light? Yeah. So you exit left of the 9th green. You walk through. I'm not kidding. You walk through a tunnel. The tunnel has a fork because the 18th has a tunnel as well. You press a button. Elevator comes down. You jump in an elevator. Now, I've never done this before. And I am like 1 inch away from Sean Connery. I had my hand in his pocket if he'd have let me. And we get into the middle of Bel Air Country Club, which I've never been in before. He goes, set your bag over here. And he goes, come on, we'll go to the men's grill, and we'll walk over this way. So I'm like, I can't believe this. We walk around the corner. He runs into 2 buddies, but I'm like, I'm with Sean Connery. So yes, sir, or no, sir. And I shake these guys' hands, and I'm like, dude, get out of my way. I'm going to have a beer with the man, We turn the corner. I say, nice to meet you and all this stuff. We turn the corner, and he goes, Sean stops me and goes, Jay, keep your eye out on those guys. They're going to do something really special in Hollywood. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas.
No way.
I'm not kidding you. And I'm like, look, but this was 1979, and I had a 13-inch black and white TV. I'm like, I don't know, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas. I'm going to have a beer with you.
Oh, my God.
I know. So that's why we put in the book, like when I run into somebody, like Sean Connery was a contestant in Mr. Universe. We put like his height and his weight, like, 6'2", 165, and his movies have grossed over $1 trillion. And then with Steven Spielberg, we're like 5'6", 145, net worth $4.8 billion. Just kind of fun stuff like that. Yeah.
And Jack Nicklaus wrote the foreword for the book.
Which is unbelievable, really. When we were sitting, Will and I are sitting down, and it's like, who's going to write the foreword? I'm like, can I write it? He goes, you don't want to, I know so little about this. And I go, well, I don't know, because I do this stuff for Play Yellow, and I've had Barbara Nichols on the show, and Jack on the show, and they're just great. I played college golf with Jackie. I go, well, maybe Jack will do it. And Will's like, you think I'm like, no, but I'll just say, I mean, do you mind if and he's like, I'll do it on one condition. You have to make sure you're going to do this book. And I said, oh, it's done. We have the manuscript done. He's like, okay. And about 2 weeks later, he sent it.
Oh, my goodness.
And I got Faraday wrote the introduction, which is insane. If you read that, it is absolutely insane because he's on a flight from Live somewhere and he's several Ambien in, and it's really pretty good. So,
the name of the book is You Wouldn't Believe Me If I Told You. Cannot wait to read it. It is Jay Delsing telling his life story in the game of golf, and the foreword, as Martin just mentioned, written by Jack Nicklaus. And we were talking again with you in here and talking Masters. I knew you never played in it professionally, but I just assumed that you had played it. And Martin said, "Oh, you got to ask him about this on air." All right. What's the deal with you?
Well, this is how not smart I am. I mean, I turned down.
Shout out to the U-High.
Right. What was I doing? I was playing a lot of pool down there, Timmy.
The billiard room.
Yeah, right. Trying to stay out of the rifle range because I'm like, I don't know anything about it. Anyway, so I had all these opportunities to play, but I had in my mind, I'm like, I am driving down Magnolia Lane as a contestant. I want to walk through because my whole life I've kind of walked through the back door of everything. My caddy, it started golf as a caddy. I'm like, I'm going in the front. And I just never got, I got close. I think the highest I was ranked was 52nd in the world, and they didn't have any of those. Those things didn't mean anything back when I played. You either won and got in, or maybe, I think a top 5 finish in the U.S. Open or the Open Championship would have got it done too, and I never did that.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so therefore,
I got to get down there.
You have not played?
No, I have not played. Now, I've been on property probably 40 times, 50 times. Yeah, I used to entertain when my company was still around before COVID. We took groups down there, and I mean, I feel like I know every inch, but I have never had a club in my hand there.
So I'm curious now. We have not had a chance to play together. That needs to happen.
Yeah.
What are you, like, plus something or another would be my guess?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to give out handicaps over the air because I have a few boys.
Gambling buddies. It's like when I ask Ozzie Smith about it, he always like, I don't really know. And I'm like, I know you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my boys they manage their handicap to me better than anybody
Especially
I know.
at this time of year. This is handicap
like
management
I
season.
haven't played and I'm a 16. I'm like, dude, you're an 8 all day.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the reason I ask is, if you were to play the tees these guys are playing right now, I'd be curious what you think, like within a couple of strokes range, you think you would shoot, because I don't think I would break 120.
Yeah, I would say I would have to do some prep because I don't play. Like, we'll go out and play, and I could still shoot under par most of the time, but that's not
That's a different ballgame.
And we're talking about, I mean, you get to a 480-yard hole. Fred was hitting 6 hybrids in all day yesterday.
He was. And holding out.
And I hit it about the same as Fred.
Okay.
About the same distance. So I'd be hitting a lot of 200-yard shots. And so, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he shot. I think if I had a great day, I could have done something like he did yesterday. And if I have a bad day, it's going to be
Nick Dunlap?
Yes, hopefully not that high, but you just never know because, once the train starts heading downhill, it's hard to jump off.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate you coming in. I love this book, and a lot of people are fired up about it. It's, again, You Wouldn't Believe Me If I Told You. I'll probably be reading it this weekend. I got a couple questions I want to ask the people have sent some in. Would love to hear Jay's thoughts on aim point. These are kind of quick hitters.
Okay, so aim point's interesting. So for the folks that don't know that, it's this system that you use your feet and to help you determine how much a putt's going to break. But let me just explain a couple of things. If you're going to make a putt, like when I was a kid, they never cut the greens to the course that I played on. So I would hit putts, and you'd watch balls roll in the hole, and they roll in from different spots. So there's a lot of different ways to make putts. You do not have only one speed and one way to make a putt. My sense is that I want you to try to get more into your feel and try to figure out how to roll the ball as you see it, and that aim point helps you determine how much it breaks. At what speed, though, Tim?
Right. Yeah.
You can hit a putt at Augusta and play very little break, and if you miss, it's probably going to go 10 feet by.
Yeah.
But, that's the thing. So you just got to be careful with that, man. I want, if you're going to putt well, you're going to use a lot of feel and a lot less thinking. It's the artistry side of the game where you don't see that many players control the hitting part and the artistry part. You get a lot of great mechanics that don't know how to putt, or don't know how to short game. You know, Hal Sutton was a really good putter at times, but his short game
could eat him up.
But man, he could hit it. I played with him. He won the U.S. Amateur. You know, the guy could play. You get guys like Mickelson and Tiger. That's why they're generational. They bomb the hell out of it. They don't drive it straight, but they're long as hell, and they're so creative around the green. So a guy like Tiger is like playing poker with somebody with all the aces every day because he's longer than you. He's creative as hell, and he putts and short games you to death.
And mentally, he's like a gangster.
Terrible.
Let's see what it does. Does Jay book come in audio? I have a blind father who would absolutely love this book. That's from the 217.
We are on the process of doing the audio.
Are you going to do the voicing?
We are doing. I am doing the voicing. You'll get a lot of Delsing in that book. It might be too much.
Is the Sean Connery story in the book? That's from the St. Charles Illini.
The Sean Connery story's in the book. I almost got into a fight with Scott Hoke on the 18th fairway at Glen Abbey, which is pretty spicy. It's kind of fun. Scott Hoke being the most disliked guy on the PGA Tour.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
100% every year.
That putt at Augusta, which is like, I can't watch.
Listen, if Scott Hoke could have made a 2-footer, we may have never heard of Nick Faldo. And not that many people would be that pissed about not hearing about Nick Faldo. But
everybody's taking shots, Martin.
I just Googled most disliked golfer on the PGA Tour. And then something about Scott Hoke comes up.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's an interesting story. I almost... So, Tim, if
I didn't know that because I see that pop up on YouTube sometimes. I go, I don't want to watch this. You know?
I don't know if someone were to say something about you as a professional golfer that would absolutely bury you with the other guys. Well, it would have to be questioning your integrity, right?
Oh, he's got the P. Reed thing going?
He accused me of cheating 2 days in a row. And I don't know how much time we have. I could tell you the story about, or you can read it in the book. But with the second one,
that is like the ultimate.
Oh, I did. I lost it. Yeah. So I lost it. So in the middle of a torrential downpour, I'm at Glen Abbey. I marked my ball in the fairway bunker on 18, the same fairway bunker that Tiger hit a 6-iron out and beat Grant Waite, that amazing shot over the water. And I'm walking out of the bunker, and he says to me, "Oh my God, I can't believe you're cheating again."
Oh.
And it was on. I went right after him. I'm holding my umbrella. I got him around the neck. We can't tell you any of the things I said to him, but we get an official to come out, and there's 2 of us on the golf course. It is pouring rain, and I am in tight.
How about that?
I'm not seeing white, but I'm pissed.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, North County on his ass.
Oh boy, well, that's the good news about coming in the back door. You know, I've been in a fight before. I'll tell you the irony real quickly though. This whole thing melts down, and I'm sitting in the clubhouse at Glen Abbey by myself. My caddy's like, "You good?" I'm like, "No, I'm not good. Go away. You go home. We're done for the day." And I'm just sitting there having a beer in a corner by myself, and someone taps me on the shoulder. I look up. It's Scott Hoke's dad, and he says, "I've told him his whole life he needs to learn how to shut his mouth."
Oh, okay.
And I was like, okay. I don't know.
In a way, you almost feel bad. Then I feel bad, but clearly there's something that
this dad's been putting out this fire for a long.
Right? This is a different deal.
Ass hat. It's terrible.
I clip that up. The name of the book. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Jay Delsing, kind enough to come in studio. Jay, great to talk it over. Thanks for coming in, man.
Oh my gosh, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Jay Delsing with us. Robert Thomas of the Blues from Seattle next here on TMA. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We welcome to the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines live from Seattle. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Thomas. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How are we doing?
How are you doing?
Tim,
it's early in the morning.
It's RT. I'm sorry. Joey Vitale says RT.
Yeah, Joey Vitale calls you RT. Are you fine with that, or is that a little out of line?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's fine.
Have you been up watching the Masters, or did we stir you from your slumber for this call?
No, I have been up watching the Masters.
That's what we thought.
Cool. Yeah, pretty cool watching yesterday. It's gonna be a good tournament.
Jay Delsing was just in studio with us. He was on the tour for a number of years. St. Louis guy, went to UCLA. He actually picked Justin Rose before the tournament. Who's your action on?
Not him. Well, give me a heads up next time. Like, come on.
Yeah, I know. That's why I couldn't believe it when he told me. I thought he was going to fold up like a cheap tent today, and Jay Delsing picked him before the tournament.
Yeah, I did see something that he's led the first round there a couple times.
Yes.
So hopefully he can keep it going.
I think you're required to pick Mike Weir. Tim, Canada's own Mike Weir,
that's correct.
Former champion.
Taylor Pendrith would be another play. Corey Connors would probably be the one that would be the more likely one at 4 under par. So in addition to watching the Masters, then you'll get on the ice tomorrow night. I would imagine, and Joey was saying this as well, that with all that you guys have been playing, that having, even though it's just 2 days, that the 2 days is really welcomed. You're the one living it, though. You guys are the ones experiencing it. Is that fair, or would you rather just be able to get right back out there and try to put the 2-game skid to bed? How do you guys view it?
The 2 days is nice. We got 2 days here and then 2 days for our last game, so no excuse not to get rested and ready to go. And yeah, it's been a lot of hockey since, in the last, 20, 30 days. So this rest is really nice.
Is that a fair assessment right now? The 2 games, Winnipeg, Edmonton, which were both close. Did you guys feel you were kind of at the end in terms of your legs?
No, I think we were right in those games. I think just mistakes cost us, and yeah, it's frustrating, but those are 2 of the top teams in the league, and we're right there with them. And we just made a couple of mistakes, and they capitalized on it, and that's the difference in the game.
In the last couple minutes in Edmonton, are you guys saying it or collectively thinking, all right, we need to get to overtime at this time of year, just an extra point guaranteed? Is that said, or do people just kind of know it?
No, I mean, we were trying to win. We were pushing. We had a couple breakaways in the third and calls, and yeah, it's frustrating. We got to find a way to put those in, and the best player in the world makes a play at the end, and they score. So it was a tight game, and yeah, just a game of too many mistakes from us.
Your line was flying. You, Kyrou, Buchnevich, carried the load that night in Edmonton, and you guys are back together, and I know Monty's got to flip things around with Holloway out. How do you handle that as the centerman there when you get somebody new? Obviously, you played with Kyrou. Did you want to stick and stay, or do you mind when they mix and match? What's your preference?
It doesn't really matter too much to me. Obviously we have a ton of great players, so it's pretty easy for me. You just try and go out there and win your line matchup every night, and that's the best you can do.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on TMA. He is in Seattle, where the boys will take on the Kraken tomorrow night and then get ready for the final game of the regular season as the Blues will look to the Stanley Cup playoffs and have an opportunity from that point going forward. I'm curious how you guys assess it when it's all said and done, because I feel like there is some process-oriented thought, Robert, which I would imagine you know where I'm going with this. Like, there are games, I feel like you guys talked about it with the game right before Four Nations, the Blackhawks game. Didn't really play well, but won it. The game in Pittsburgh that you lost, played well, didn't win it. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes the actual outcome isn't necessarily how you guys view the way you played. So I'm just curious, let's say if we want to go back to the Pittsburgh game last Thursday where you included, a bunch of guys got beat up, including Holloway, to now. Would you say you guys are playing well, or do you feel like it's off a little bit relative to, say, the first portion of the month of March when the heater started up?
I would say we're playing good. I think we can just be a little bit more consistent through the game and make a little bit less mistakes. I don't think we're at our top game, but I think we're playing well, and that's the beauty of it is we control our own fate, and we go out and win these next 2 games, and nobody's talking about it, and we're moving on and ready to go. So that's what's great about the situation we got ourselves in, is these next 2 games we can control our own fate, and I think there's always room to improve and play better. I think we just got to clean up the mistakes, and we're right there.
Is it stressful at all, looking at the math? Although you're in a pretty good spot. I mean, Calgary would have to really run the table here, but the door is still slightly open. As far as the playoff clinching, how do you guys view that?
I would say, we don't need to. We put ourselves in a spot where we don't need to watch other teams. We know we got to go out and win 2 games, and nobody can catch us. So that's our mindset. And I think when you're in a situation where you can control your own destiny, it's not as kind of stressful.
Robert Thomas with us from Seattle. Blues and Kraken. You'll be able to catch it right here on 101 ESPN tomorrow night. Robert, we'll let you return to the Masters. Bryson now with back-to-back birdies, and he is mounting a Sunday charge on a Friday morning. There it is. Robert, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up, this is TMA, and it's presented by Brown & Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222, 314-222-2222. Local, they've been in St. Louis since 1979. That's where it was founded, and that's where it remains, in the city of St. Louis, and loyal to the city of St. Louis and causes throughout the metropolitan area. If you are in need of a personal injury lawyer, wouldn't you want to make sure that you have somebody who is local and who knows the area, not just the landscape, but the people in the area? That's Brown & Crouppen. That's Terry Crouppen, Ed Herman, and Andy Crouppen. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN.
Caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? The Battlehawks are back in St. Louis. They're taking on, playing just this weekend. DC Defenders. Thank you, Martin. That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2025 season. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it, and that's why the new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of Lee's famous hand-breaded chicken strips and order potato wedges. I want to really emphasize that. Potato wedges. We talk a lot about fries on this show, fried potatoes, crinkle-cut steak fries. The potato wedge is really all of those, just bigger, really tasty. I really love the potato wedges. From Lee's, you get 2 dipping sauces on the side and a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets, which means tickets start at just $14, and you get a delicious box of chicken and those awesome potato wedges. So get ready, get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. And remember that CAW is the law. This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Seattle Kraken. Pre-game at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN, show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it is time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. And courtesy of the great producer Joe and his landing strip, we are giving away 4 field box seats to tonight's festivities between the Cardinals and Phillies. Monte Nola, Cardinals and Phillies, and this includes a parking pass. Here you go. Guys, Plops here. I have to say, I agree with Doug 150%. Now, Doug is on vacation, but Plops must know. He says the cancellation of the Savannah Bananas games at Busch Stadium made it abundantly clear that we should also cancel Easter. It's the rainiest stretch of the year by design, and that's just poor planning on the part of the Catholics, as Doug mentioned in the 8 o'clock hour. Was Doug on in the YouTube channel?
Well, I suppose I should chime in.
Yeah, I'm not about to put on a new sundress and strappy sandals and march into Easter Mass when it's 46 degrees and drizzling. Move it to July, like the Bananas, so everyone is tan and can show off some skin. Tim, as you know, there's nothing more empowering for guys like us than strutting into Mass the day after you return from a beach vacation, tan as the dickens, showing some leg in a high-cut dress short, a nice casual loafer with no sock, an anklet you just bought from a kiosk at the beach, and that one tiny little braid in your hair. Let these people know we've got money. That's all I'm saying. Move Easter to a warmer month and stop bowing down to Big Cod. Thanks. That's some Misty Plops voted Oakville's Boy of the Month, March 2025. They have a Boy of the Month contest?
Yes.
Big Cod.
I didn't know Big Cod was as big of a force it is, but I share Misty Plop's views no matter what. You asshats aren't fooling anybody. You absolutely hate us, listeners, and frankly, I don't blame you. You get nonstop hate texts, a Reddit page where a couple dozen incels hate crank it to the show daily, and are edging just waiting on the show to meet its demise so they can finally get that sweet release. And you have a green blazer wearing TMA Rain Man just waiting for something to happen that he deems worthy of charging the stage at a trivia night and embarrassing himself. Oh, he's talking about Buck Swope. I was thinking about a green jacket at Augusta.
Fair.
Buck Swope embarrassing himself, or Jackson misreading the email today's standing so that he can hit send on the text message to Tim that he queued up on his phone. I'd hate us too. So what kind of meta play do you guys pull to punish the ingrates who listen to every single second of every single show, even though they claim that they don't? Martin actually wondered that question aloud at around 10:15 today. You pick one unlucky micro-weaned nerd and force 4 Cardinal tickets on them so they can watch the strategic beard fumble F his way around the house that the bobbleheads built and watch that $87.5 million catcher turned outfielder turned DH turned first baseman hit 102. If the game goes extra innings and he goes 1 for 9, his average will actually go up. The tickets are in section 137, but the crowd will be so sparse that they may let you coach third for an inning. Don't be scared. Nobody will get on base anyway. But hey, at least you get a mystery sweatshirt. And just to pull the wool over our eyes a little more, you throw in a parking pass. Sure, parking will be free, but it's going to cost you to replace that window that's been busted out. Be careful driving back to Arnold, Hoosier. It's going to be a chilly one driving down 55 with no front driver's window. If you pick me, I'll go, but I won't be happy about it. Phillies 12, Cardinals 3. That's from Don't Think, Just Stink, Who Tilk. Wet Pink. How about that one?
Pretty good.
There's a lot going on there.
There was a lot.
I picked up the Buck Swope at Rain Man. I picked up.
Can anyone recommend a good barber? My regular guy just isn't up to par anymore. I asked him to trim my winter bush, and I'll be darned if he didn't nick my vasectomy scar in the process.
Oh no.
In fact, he also aggravated my hernia wound. I lost more blood than hair in the barber chair. I didn't have any luck at that new place by my house either. It's a combination butcher and barber shop. It's pretty convenient to go in for a trim and leave with some nice veal cutlets. On the downside, I found a few short curlies in my ground beef, so needless to say, meatloaf night night was ruined when my wife discovered a rogue shrub on the tip of her tongue. To make matters worse, the butcher botched my haircut so badly that I'm going to need a wig down there until my bikini beard grows back. Money is kind of tight right now, so do you guys know anyone who would be willing to loan me a used Merkin for a few weeks, or at least put me through that crotch toupee on layaway? That's from the JV golf coach.
Crotch toupee.
And finally, ours is a type of presentation where a grown adult man who may or may not be a retired Olympic speed skater feels free to drop in at any time and offer free all-inclusive Cardinal tickets to a boy producer several decades his junior, but not before first recapping all the times he previously offered free tickets to said producer only to be shot down. Even that dope who called into Francesa to see if he could come in and meet him was cringing on that call.
I had that drop queued up, by the way.
Oh, is that right?
I felt bad.
The cat would always say he had to caulk his bathtub in order to avoid stuff he didn't want to do, but Libby Jack froze, unable to simply express that he didn't wish to join a bunch of older men he didn't know on adult mystery sweatshirt night, and clung to his vague round of golf alibi that immediately fell apart on cross-examination when it was revealed that Libby Jack did not know when or where this mystery round of golf was going to be played. Dan then doubled down like Mike, checking his answering machine to see if his ex wanted to get back together with him, and he invited Tim, who had no trouble simply expressing that he did not want to go, before Dan revealed he'd be offering them up in the YouTube chat. Dan, maybe next time just jump straight to the YouTube chat and spare yourself the humiliation of calling in. Really, who wouldn't want free Cardinal tickets and the opportunity to cruise by patios, bumping the St. Louis sports band? Don't try to run on Yachtier unless you're out of here. You're going to get called out, you betcha, because Yachtier is the league's best catcher. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have. The Design Air Heating and Cooling. Right?
Voting order, please. Voting order.
I think you're the leadoff hitter.
Leadoff. Oh, boy, this is tough. I disliked all of them. I will, I'm kidding, of course. Buck Swope was really strong. I think I'm going to go Misty Plops.
Chairman Kurt.
I liked Wet Pink.
Yeah, there were some good ones.
Buck Swope.
Wow.
I actually was going Misty Plops, and I thought there were some really good ones, but I'm with you, Mark. I guess maybe we have an alliance.
Let's go have some big cod.
Yeah. 100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal sponsor, TMA, and he is online at 100westdental.com. Mention my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental, which is located on Manchester Road in Baldwin. And if you're sitting there going, I just don't want to go to the dentist, I understand. Dr. Brandon Pryor understands, but here's the deal. Even if you don't have dental insurance, they have a membership plan that'll get you in and out and take care of it. And in addition to that, dental health impacts the rest of your body's health, and people don't necessarily realize that. It's important to go in and see your dentist. See one with the top-of-the-line technology. That's 100westdental.com. And Dr. Brandon Pryor, mention my name, get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for the vacationing Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.